Yep. Okay, welcome everybody. Oh, we're going to have some feedback here that might need to be sorted. Yep. Okay, welcome everyone today to Otago Regional Council's council meeting here in the beautiful Waitaki. It's amazing to be here. I'm going to begin with a karakia and then I'm going to hand over to Mayor Gary Kircher, who will welcome us here to this fine district. So, tue ki runga, tue ki raro, tue ki waho, tue ki roto, tue ki te here tangara, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao, haume e hui e, tae ki e. Thanks everyone. Over to you, Mayor Kircher.
Oh, they gave me the microphone. I need to borrow that one. That one doesn't have the battery in, I don't think. Anyway, tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, everybody. Really good to have you all here and to be hosting you here in Oamaru at the Waitaki District Council chambers. Really good to see all the faces around the table and online, of course, as well. Yeah, we're just sort of contemplating the week we've just had with the local government conference in Christchurch and some of the challenges that have been thrown to us by central government. Nothing new there, but very much an interesting perspective the central government's got, where we are here to do their bidding. Regardless of what our community might want us to be doing, we need to be making sure that we're delivering on economic growth, even though economic well-being is being taken away from us, and not have consideration for all of those other important things that we should be, like environmental well-being and social well-being as well. So it's a different context that we're in at the moment, and we just need to keep pushing to do the things that we want to do for our communities. I know with territorial authorities like ourselves, we've got a whole lot of different pressures on us than what regional councils have, but when regional councils are actually fighting for their existence at the moment, I think that's one of the biggest challenges of all, is how are we going to be delivering locally in the future. So I wish you well with your meeting here today, and just whatever does happen in the future, want to make sure that the activities which are important to our communities are delivered, and our focus is on our communities and making sure that they are getting what they need. So all the very best, and thanks again, and welcome. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, and big thanks for hosting us in your chamber. I know that you've got a meeting that started at 10 a.m, so appreciate the time that you could give us, and great to see you.
Thanks very much.
Bye-bye. Okay, so just in getting to know this chamber, the microphones work very similarly to how they do in our chamber, so right button, but you won't be heard at all unless you press the mic, and also you must turn it off after you've finished speaking. So if we can remind each other, because it's slightly different in that respect, we'll try and do that so that everything is heard and recorded. Now, next matter, we had sad news this week that Joe Miller, who is president for 20 years of Grey Power, actually passed away this week. And now Joe has worked with our council for many, many years and very closely. The particular interest and reason that we've worked together is through public transport, but actually there's been many occasions that Joe was involved in the matters that are important to local communities and that our council delivers. So I think it's appropriate that we have a moment's silence to mark the passing of Joe. Thank you, everyone. I also think it's appropriate that we recognise the severe weather event that has been affecting the other South Island particularly the Tasman area. Some major implications there, and want to send out our well wishes there, as well as sending out our well wishes, just noting that we have had staff helping. We've had 7 civil defence and emergency management staff head up between the 3rd and 17th of July for about 4 or 5 days each, so quite a significant stint. And it looks as though we will have further emergency management staff heading up as well, and they may head up in about a week or so. So as we head into recovery, there'll be a lot to do. So just wanted to note as well from our council, well wishes to that area. Good luck with all of the work that needs to go on ahead. And hopefully we can help as well and offer some practical assistance. Now, we have got today as well, public forum. We have 3 different parties coming along, so we need to get into that. The first is Pierre. I'm just double checking we have Pierre online. Yep. So on behalf of Extinction Rebellion, then we will have Jim Thompson speaking on waterways and river maintenance. And then we have PSA representatives Ash Muston and Mark Smith. Welcome, Pierre. Over to you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Can you hear me well?
We can, thanks.
New Zealand just went through another series of large-scale floods that might have already caused hundreds of millions of dollars of damages. The cost of climate damages in New Zealand have risen exponentially this decade, but the decarbonization efforts haven't. And these events are not just happening here, they are happening daily across the world. Most of them just never get reported on, but the winds are turning. The Instagram channel that I shared with you, Climate Apocalypse, is run by a young Kiwi scientist who resorted to shock tactics out of despair and frustration at the general apathy and complacency when it comes to a crisis that will probably cause billions of deaths and the collapse of the global economy in coming decades. Decades, not centuries. This is the world we have created for the younger generations, a world with almost no hope, a world we are witnessing the collapse of in real time. Here is a quote from this social media. The climate apocalypse will manifest as a series of disasters viewed through your phone until you are the one filming it. These social media channels, Climate Apocalypse is only one of them, are growing exponentially. They are a reflection of the dread and anger of today's youth that we have let down. Unlike our generation, they are facing straight at the facts, and the facts are terrifying. But there is a silver lining to this growing movement. The worst obstacle to real climate action for the last 40 years has been the commonly accepted fallacy that you cannot scare people or they will shut down and not listen. Today's youth is scared and they are ready to take some real actions. But it is human nature to first blame others before looking objectively at what are the solution needed to solve a problem. Today, the blame is squarely put on governments, on the system, on corporations, and often rightly so. But that is not the solutions that we need. So we started 2 campaigns that we hope you will support. The first one is focused on the appalling coverage by the press of the climate collapse. We have 3 demands for them. 1, to cover more of the extreme weather events that are happening globally. 2, when they cover extreme weather events, to always mention that it is climate change that is causing the increase in frequency and in intensity of these events. 3, when talking about climate events, always mention that the main cause of this crisis is the burning of fossil fuels. We hope that this council can incorporate the same principles in new communication. But more importantly, we have also started a fossil fuels boycott campaign. And this is what really matters. If you do not want people to feel victimized, and to look for someone to blame, you need to empower them to do something about the climate crisis. Everyone in this room should know by now that we need to get rid of fossil fuels, and also that when it comes to households, the alternatives are already cheaper. So now isn't the time to reflect anymore. Now is the time to act. It must become everyone's priority to get rid of all the fossil fuels in their lives. This council can clearly tell our communities that we all need to proactively get rid of the fossil fuel machines that we own. This council can also use its regulatory powers to accelerate the boycott of fossil fuels. This is how you empower people to act. This is how we improve the outcome of the climate crisis, and this is how we preserve our democracy. By having elected leaders and authorities telling the truth and empowering citizens to become active participants in the fight against the climate crisis. Recent studies show that 89% of people globally want to see more climate action. We hope that you will also play your part. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Are there any questions today? Councillor Weir.
Yes, that's working. Yeah, cool. Just wondering around your comments around, always talking about and specifically naming when you're talking about these issues, naming that it's climate change and naming the major causes and stuff. I'm wondering if that also flows through in your mind in terms of adaptation and who pays, and thinking about South Dunedin, obviously, because that's on our agenda today. If you have any thoughts on adaptation in that space and sort of who should be paying for some of the adaptation efforts there, I guess.
Our main focus is really on softening the blow, on preventing as much as possible of the climate warming, because we can adapt, but only so much. There will be a point where adaptation will become impossible, and we're getting very close from this point. Now, who's going to pay for the big scale things? That's a real issue. But for the mitigation, in a rich country like ours, especially when we know that the alternatives are cheaper, I think that we need to change the narrative. And at the moment, the narrative is that people can't afford it. But that is a fallacy. That is not true. People will save money by decarbonizing. And that must become the narrative. Otherwise, nothing is going to happen. Our hope is that by decarbonizing fast enough, we will slow down the acceleration of the warming, and that will make the adaptation less expensive.
Thanks, Pierre. One more question, Councillor Wilson, then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you, Pierre, and always brilliant to be challenged by your questions. I suppose you have shown by leadership and your own activity in electrifying Aotearoa how easy it is to electrify. And I'm just wondering, on a council like ours, what tools are in place now that we should be looking at electrification of our fleet, and where you would expect us to be? Because look, as farmers, we know it's quite hard to do the farming machinery. It's not impossible, but it's quite hard still. But where a council should be showing that sort of leadership, how hard is it now to be in that space?
Yes, thank you. That's a really good question. I think the council is actually in exactly the same position as households. You've got a new building coming. Is this building fully electric? I don't know. Does it have solar panels? I don't know. That would be a cheaper solution to run the council if it's fully electric and powered by solar panels. So that's one thing that should happen. The fleet will be cheaper to run if it's electric. And we've seen other organizations, even the police, starting to use electric vehicles, other councils, of course, like ULDC. So we know it's possible. The ORC has to do the same, can do the same, and can lead by example doing so. The other thing that is very important is the communication. We can see that when the central government was giving subsidies for electric cars, the sales were going up. As soon as they removed them, even though cars are cheaper today, the narrative has changed, and the EV sales have slowed down. So how you communicate about this is of the utmost importance.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Thanks for coming and speaking to us again today at our council meeting. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next presenter is Jim Thompson. Welcome, Jim. So yeah, the format of public forum you're probably well aware of, but it's 5 minutes to present on whatever you'd like to say and then a few questions. I'll turn off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, by way of disclosure, whilst I am a sitting Waitaki District Councillor, the opinions expressed today are solely mine as a ratepayer who has endured 45% rate increases by the Otago Regional Council. I currently farm with approximately 3 kilometres of the Waihemo River splitting our property. Some of you may know the river as the Shag, but I prefer to use the term Waihemo. We have over 12 years worked with ORC on pole planting, river maintenance where possible, and have a very good relationship with staff on the ground. In fact, I would like to formally compliment ORC staff. Over the years, I've seen a marked shift in the way they are engaging with people and are to be commended. We've participated in studies with ORC, assistance with funding. We've allowed a bore to be put on our property to measure groundwater, and we have an in-river measuring device. Staff have been brilliant to deal with and always contact me before seeking access. However, when those calls come, I often wonder if I should be charging for my time when I do the necessary risk assessment before granting access, as it appears that whenever a ratepayer wants to deal with a council, there's always a cost for that. The state of the Waihemo has deteriorated badly in the last 5 years. There's been no maintenance, no spraying for weeds, and in actual fact, I'm now seeing the results of previous spraying, which was excessive, and large willow trees are now dead and falling over, and will, I suggest, enter the river during the next large flood. The lack of that maintenance, as I say, is going to affect future flood events. I know historically the floods in the Waihemo peaked at 440 cubics. In my 12 years, we've hit 298, and that was scary enough. So, but also associated with the Waihemo, I think one of the major travesties that's occurred in my time is what happened with Plan Change 7, when all of Otago was blanketed under the same irrigation rules. I spoke to the Environment Court hearing on behalf of an irrigators group on the Waihemo about the difference of the East Otago climate compared to that of Central. As a layperson, I was ignored. However, 75 years of rainfall records in my district show an 800 mil variation in that rainfall. A low in the 98 drought of 286, but a high of 1100. In the last 2 years, I haven't turned the irrigation pump on because Mother Nature has done it for us. But in actual fact, when I go for renewal, that will show as a non-use and will result in the reduction of water allocated to me. For those of you who travelled up on the bus today, oh no, that's right, we don't have a bus service to Oamaru. You would have crossed what I refer to as the dam at Mahino, where Waka Kotahi have raised the road to allow it to remain open during major flood events. I would suggest to you that the simple and practical solution at 10% of the cost would have been to remove the debris, the alluvial deposits between the rail and road bridges in the Kakanui, and allow the water to flow where it wants to. That failure and the resulting lifting of the road will mean more ratepayers in Mahino will face flooding in future events. I also would like to express extreme frustration with the rights of Fish and Game to have an influence in the management of our waterways. A body that supports introduced species that attacked our native fisheries. And if we were being consistent with the powers that Fish and Game have, we should have someone advocating for the opossums, ferrets and feral cats within our communities. Fish and Game's vested interest, to me, is obscene and probably comparable to inviting ISIS or the Taliban to do religious instruction in schools. The self-interest is that high. I have observed, as a spectator, the performance of ORC, and I believe, like myself, when I was elected to Waitaki, I took an oath to serve my whole community. I would challenge some members around this table as to whether they have served the whole community or been caught up in spheres of specific local interest. Local and regional government would have more effect if we engaged with the practical people in our communities. Let's be proactive rather than reactive. If we seek to impose or continue to seek to impose academic solutions, we're going nowhere. Before some of you comfort yourselves that my thoughts are the raving of a demented redneck who belongs to that terrible rape and pillage rural cohort, let me point out I am a graduate of Otago, so albeit in the distant dark future I perhaps was an academic. I am a qualified hearings commissioner under the RMA. And from 1998 to 2017, I farmed a property called Redbank on lease from the Macraes Mining Company. That property is now the centre of a controversy over the biodiversity and the threat to it by mining. I would suggest to you that that biodiversity is there because of my 20 years management, not despite it. I would like to urge the Council to continue to engage with practical people dealing daily with issues in our community for far better outcomes in the long term. Let's engage, educate and empower our communities to achieve outcomes rather to try and impose and enforce upon them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have got a question from Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson, you asked one before, so I'll just double check there's no one else. Yep, Councillor Malcolm.
Thanks, Jim, for making the journey up from the Waihemo district. Jim, what on the river you see an imminent threat there if we do get a major downfall of rain in that area, and if it gets into that levels of your 290s to 400s, what's actually going to fix it, and what's actually going to fix it ongoing, since you've seen the change over that last 12 years that you've been there? What's going to be the fix?
Well, the first thing is the clogging of the river with lupins, gorse, broom. When I arrived, I sprayed up to my riverbanks. I also farm in a way that the areas that are flood prone, I have temporary fencing, and I normally set back 10 to 15 metres to make sure that stock don't have access to the river. But over time, with the neglect, last year I actually sent Councillor Malcolm a photo of where I shifted the fence up and put 2-year-old cattle in to try and break down that debris, and you couldn't actually see the cattle in amongst it. When I purchased the property, I inherited some extraction rights for gravel, and I worked with Council's engineer. When those extraction rights ended, I know that he went to the consents department and said, could we roll these over to allow, because whilst I shifted gravel around, I never removed any thing for a financial return. It was simply to try and maintain the river within its, and in the last 5 years, we've done nothing. So it's a jungle, an absolute jungle. And water finds the path of least resistance, and that's going to not be in the riverbed currently.
Thank you. We may need to just move on for timing, but just wanted to say a massive thanks for coming along to Public Forum. We all love Public Forum, and we love the chance for people with local experience to get involved. So just want to thank you heaps for taking time out of your day to come along, put on a tie and appear before us and answer questions as well. So really appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we do try to hold a certain level of decorum in the Waitaki District Council, so a tie is a prerequisite. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Right, next is the PSA, and I understand that we have somebody in person. Ash Muston, this is Ash. Welcome. No, you're Mark Smith. Yeah, sorry, got that round the wrong way. And Ash is online.
Yeah, can you hear me, Greg?
Yep, we can hear you, and we're in your hands.
Awesome, thank you. Oh, kia ora everyone. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Ash Muston tōku ingoa. I'm an organiser for the Public Service Association, Te Pukenga Here Tikanga Mahi, otherwise known as the PSA. PSA supports over 90,000 public sector workers. I speak today on behalf of over 150 ORC staff who are members of the PSA. I'm joined by Mark Smith, who's here in person with you guys. He's an Oamaru resident and a Living Wage Waitaki group member.
The New Zealand minimum wage increased by only 35 cents in 2025. The New Zealand government establishes the minimum wage. Elsewhere, an independent body has a role in establishing the minimum wage. For example, in Australia, each year, the Fair Work Commission reviews the national minimum wage. In New Zealand, the minimum wage is $23.50. By comparison, the Australian minimum wage is $24.95. The increase to the New Zealand minimum wage adds just $14 extra to low-paid workers' pockets in a week. We know that this is not enough, particularly given household living costs are high and have been rising. The living wage movement brings together a coalition of union, community, and faith-based organisations. The tools to assess the living wage are developed independently. Through an annual review process, a living wage rate is set in April to be applied in September each year. The living wage is currently $27.80 and in September will increase to $28.95. The living wage is just that, enough to live on.
Thanks, Mark. So council already sees the value in ensuring staff are paid at least at the same rate on the lower grades, and we do commend ORC for that. However, ORC also seems prepared to pay its contractors less than its own staff when a standard should be set that everyone in this community is able to live a dignified life and be paid a wage that they can live on. And ORC as a local government entity, should both model and support the Otago community it serves. Given the living wage is paid to staff, ORC would be sending the wrong message to the community if it saw contracting as an opportunity to pay less than it would to its own staff. Contractors to council are local members of our community, and council should ensure pay rates are a living wage. Accreditation would ensure ORC's direct and indirect sphere of influence move to the living wage each September, and that all staff and contractors are paid a living wage that they can live on. Living Wage Aotearoa is the organisation that supports employers to become accredited. They have staff members who are able to assist employers with working through a process to capture which contractors are within or outside of scope. And PSA is also happy to work with ORC to assist the accreditation process. The report in front of you speaks to benefits, including staff retention, service reliability, and alignment with ORC's social responsibility goals. In addition to the two councils referenced in the report, ECAN and Wellington Regional Council, I note that other councils are also accredited, including DCC and Wellington City Council, Auckland Council, Christchurch, Hutt City Council, Porirua and Kapiti Coast District Councils. on the Living Wage Aotearoa website, there are links to reports and analysis of living wage accreditation processes and commentary from employers who have successfully become accredited. Conclusions on one of the reports notes that the most significant change as a result of becoming accredited were internally significant changes in thinking and collaboration, and externally reputation, credibility, and express solidarity. The motivation for joining Living Wage were for values consistency in the report. Questions around barriers found that none of the organisations had encountered barriers with the process, and two remarked that it was very straightforward. Industry benchmarking and standards were also noted. Benefits of being an accredited employer from this report was the feel-good factor, a consistency of message, improved values alignment, improved reputation and credibility, and market edge. We provide the following recommendations to Council today. That Council agrees to become an accredited living wage employer. And secondly, that the Council agrees next steps are to be that staff will apply for accreditation and engage with Living Wage Aotearoa, who are able to advise and support the accreditation process. We commend ORC for paying the equivalent of the living wage to its current employees, cleaners and bus drivers. So why not finish the job and ensure that it is applied to other contractors too? Council does have that social responsibility to its wider community, and we'd like to see ORC walk the talk, wear the actual badge of being a living wage employer and be able to say so. So I deal with a large number of councils across the South Island in my role, and I can see that there's an opportunity here for ORC to be an employer of choice and for incumbent staff members to join ORC because they value an employer who works for its community and is fair. And we're happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ash. Any questions for Ash or Mark? Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, thanks, Ash and Mark. You pointed out the benefits that you perceive there will be, but I just want to test a couple of those. There is a cost to this. There is a cost, I think, of $1,500 to get accreditation. There's also the cost that we will have to impose upon our ratepayers for the extra administration that we will have to do throughout the year to ensure that we retain our accreditation and implement the process. So where you say there is an increased economic benefit for the area, I just wonder how you relate that back to the increased rates that we will have to put upon our ratepayers to actually administer the scheme and keep it going.
Yeah, thanks for your question. I think, I did talk through kind of that there's a lot of analysis on that Living Wage Aotearoa website, specifically talking to the fact that the process is actually quite reasonably easy. And I think if you guys do agree to become an accredited living wage employer, the process from here is then you guys would contact the Living Wage Aotearoa, who would then look through kind of what we're at, what are the contractors that are out of scope, and then if your work to be done, then you're not going to become a accredited. You're not paying that fee until you get to the point of being accredited, is my understanding. So, but again, the point of the Living Wage Aotearoa's involvement is that they've got staff members that can support through that process. It shouldn't be onerous. It shouldn't involve heaps of like HR time, for example. Some, but not a huge amount. And I think the benefit probably outweighs any of those associated costs, in my view. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'll leave the rest to the paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have no further questions. So I just, again, thanks heaps for coming along and presenting in public forum. Like I said before, I just, wanted to thank anyone that comes to public forum on behalf of our council. It's important that people get the chance to do that. So thank you for making yourselves available and turning up in person and online today. Much appreciated. We will move on then with the agenda, which is confirmation of agenda. Are there any changes anyone needs to note?
Yes.
Oh, a confirmation of agenda or
Oh,
minutes?
sorry. not-
Minutes, so yeah, I was just
Yeah.
checking. No worries. So I think we can confirm the agenda and a reminder on declarations of interest. Now we're up to minutes. Councillor Kelleher.
Yes, one minor little change to the minutes. I was just incorrectly recorded as having not voted for an item that I did vote for. I've already emailed that to Kylie. It was item 10.3. It's only been noted that Councillor Laws voted against. I also voted against, so I'd just like that changed, please,
Sure.
and recorded.
Thank you. I'm just
Thank
checking what Kylie has written down there. That's all recorded correctly from what you've described there. So we'll make sure that we capture that.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other changes to the minutes? No. Well, would you like to move with the acceptance of the minutes with the changes that you've identified, Councillor Kelleher? And I can second that if you like. We'll put it all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Thank you. Actions. The action register is there, has been updated. It has a number of additional matters that have been added. You will have read it, so I'll just ask Richard, is there anything we particularly want to note there?
Thanks, Christian. No, look, we continue to try and close out as many of these or get the records updated as we head to the end of the triennium. You'll see a number in green that we have actioned, and then the ones in grey towards the end are still to be actioned. So happy to take any questions on specific items in there if there are any.
Any questions? Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, just going to page 16, fin 24,149. And sorry, actually the previous one as well, I'll make a wee comment on, which is CS 2421 fin 2421, and that's around a review of the flood and drainage schemes to inform rate allocation back to or the ongoing period. I see that's after discussion we've put that out into inform the long-term plan 2027. So is it planned that we will get sometime early in the new triennium a consultation plan to go to the communities to work through that?
Yeah, it is. I'll let Tom speak to the detail. Just in terms of the higher level, what we have discussed is having these conversations and bringing this information to council ahead of the long-term plan process rather than bundling it all in together. Like where we did those substantial rate changes in the last long-term plan, it became quite complex and made consultation with the community quite challenging. So what Tom and Nick and I have discussed is bringing that forward ahead of the long-term plan process. And so I'll just let Tom speak specifically to the flood and drainage components of that, because there has been a plan and he's updated that in the action register.
Yep.
Kia ora, councillors. So we have started collecting all of the information required in terms of infrastructure plans, areas of benefit, and all of that sort of stuff to begin that consultation. That is taking a bit of time, and there's a bit of effort required to make sure that we've got that all right. Some of the information, particularly in the Lower Clutha scheme, is scheme original, so 1960s, 1970s stuff. So it's a bit of digitization and a few other jobs to do to get that into a fit state. We do intend to flag the process and seek feedback from ratepayers who attend the drop-in session that we're holding for the Lower Clutha flood scheme. I believe that's next Tuesday or the Tuesday after next. So we'll seek feedback on that and then bring a paper back to council early in the new triennium that outlines the consultation plan, and get that work done in time for the LTP.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
Can I just follow up with the?
Sure.
Yeah. So the next one that also relates to that is that we it's on page 16, which requests that staff research and report on alternative community ownership models for flood and drainage schemes. And that's due for a report back. So I just wonder where that's at and how that is progressing in line with also that rating thing that we're doing.
Yes, a lot of the information required to undertake that work is the same as is required for the rate review. So we'll undertake those two in parallel and hopefully bring a clear picture to you towards the end of that process.
Thank you, Tom. Yep,
I do have one.
sure. No, you're welcome to. Okay.
Yeah, you go.
Yep, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Tom. Just checking in about you talked about areas of benefit. You didn't talk about areas of exacerbation, or and I'm just wondering whether we've narrowed or are we including areas of exacerbation in our analysis?
Yeah, no, they absolutely. Any work will include areas of benefit or areas of sacrifice that fall within the scheme.
And the reason I asked that on something like the Clutha, it is a substantial area, and we often consult in the areas where we see benefit, but we don't necessarily consult on. Certainly, the Lower Tari has some exacerbation from Upper Tari, and I just presume the sum of that comes from the dam works as well. So just understanding and making sure that when we are consulting, and looking forward to hearing about that we are consulting broadly on the other issues as well.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Any other? Oh, sorry, Councillor Malcolm, we can come back to you. Yep.
Yep, good. And just an update on page 18, which is the Waitaki update. I just wonder where that's on the work with Runaka and ECAN on the Waitaki River management. So if I could have an update where that's at with staff.
Anita, do you want to jump in there?
Thanks, Anita.
Yep, thank you. So through the chair, so that work is going. We're just trying to organise a joint hui, which was the action with ORC, ECAN and Runaka, and also just working on the messages in terms of the key stakeholders. I understand some messaging has gone out already from ECAN, so we just are waiting for the next working group meeting to progress those two actions.
Thank you. Don't appear to be any further questions on the actions register. It's great to have that updated, so thanks for all the work that's gone into that. We are on to CE report.
Thanks, Gretchen. So in terms of the report, it's a little bit light this month. So as per last year, staff are still working through year-end processes. So I don't include those in this report while they're closing out the financial transactions, and those reports will come to the Finance Committee, and that's the same with our level of service measures. So there will be full reports on those coming in August. We are expecting that the surplus reported in the last financial reports to have grown slightly in terms of those year-end results. But once again, anything that goes in this report becomes the truth, so I'd rather leave it until we have accurate end-of-year financials to report. So you can expect those in August. In terms of the annual plan, I will just make a comment. Obviously, copy of the annual plan's been dropped on everyone's desk today. We are going through a process at the moment of assessing the impact of the announcement from the government last week around a halt on plans. So you'll all be aware we had an air plan process in play that we were looking to bring some information back today, actually, and that's been removed from the agenda. And we also know that there was a conversation that we were expecting to have on what to do with the next steps in the sort of land and water plan process as a result of the national direction that has now been, or the early stages of the updates from government are now known. That will all change as a result of the direction from the government that we won't be able to notify further plans, and we just need to assess the impact of that on particularly the policy and planning budget within Anita and Fleur's area, but also there are other areas of our business that contribute to the plan making process. So as far as that goes, we will need to bring that back to council, whether it's before the end of the triennium or early in the next, just to talk about the impact of that and what the flow on effect will be for our budgets this year. But ultimately there are some savings to be made this year, is the early assessment. So happy to take some questions.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I've got two questions on two different topics. Thank you very much for your report. And can I please note also the thanks especially to the customer experience team, and what a stunning result that is. Fantastic work, and I've seen them in action, and they are doing a very good job in a really hard place. My questions aren't on that though. It's about the air plan and air strategy, and we were doing two distinct things. The air strategy was making sense in its own, and is about working with the community in a non-regulatory space. And I would be hoping, and why I had been supporting that was that the air strategy was making sense to continue with, even if the air plan wasn't allowed to, because working with the community at any level in the non-regulatory space is where, as we've seen with Jobs for Nature and predator-free work and a whole lot of other things, is where many things happen. And so I am hoping, and the question is, are we pursuing the air strategy in order that we can get some of those good outcomes without an air plan? So yes is the answer. The reason that the paper was removed today is that the two have become very closely linked, and everything we've done to this point was on the basis that there was to be the regulatory and non-regulatory component. I think wider than the air plan, the direction that we've received from the government last week enables us to look really closely at what we can do in the non-regulatory space to make some gains, not just in air, but in freshwater and biodiversity and other things, and look at the opportunities that exist there, rather than focusing on the fact that we can't notify a plan. There is still a lot we can do. We absolutely intend to carry on with the air strategy. We just couldn't present a paper that didn't reflect the situation that we now find ourselves in, but you will get something back with the intent to carry on the non-regulatory stuff. Thank you. And that is my second question. And I'm sorry that Councillor Thompson isn't still in the room, because I would have liked to ask him the question and then referred to it in this questioning, is that it has been really clear that Plan Change 7 has an Achilles heel for us in the area of rolling over of consents, and his ability to assist our staff in understanding the irrigation and some of the problems with Plan Change 7. What the question I have is, how are we positioning our place to work collaboratively with government so that the minister can assist us in some of those rollovers, and ensuring that our staff are actually asking for the right things, because I'm not sure that it is stuff that the staff, without being on the field, can understand what is actually needed. And I know that's a difficult question, but his examples are great examples of what needs to be fixed. And I'm just hoping that we're collaborating with the industry, not just in irrigation, but in all parts, that we're making sure that we're doing the rollovers that we request, asking the communities in a timely manner to input into that. So I think there's conflating two things. The rollover request is specific to consents that currently exist. That can't rewrite Plan Change 7, which was a decision made by the Environment Court. So we are still engaged and are confident in terms of the time-bound issues that we've got through the non-notification of the Land and Water Plan, and we are still awaiting final updates or announcements from central government around that request. In terms of how we deal with the matter that was raised in public forum, and the way that Plan Change 7 or any future plan, that Land and Water Plan decision is, or the work to progress the Land and Water Plan is now on hold, and we will have to take a complete re-look at the way in which we deal with that under the new resource management framework, which we'll know more about later this year when it arrives in the House. So there is significant opportunity, Kate, I think would be the answer, to engage with a wide variety of stakeholders who bring expertise and
practical experience as it was described to the table to ensure that whatever that outcome is down the track aligns with the new national direction that the government are going to set and also the direction that this table might choose to set for us as well.
Subsequent question. Look, I appreciate that we're all in a really difficult RMA reform space, but I think that because we had some pressures put on us in our last term, that we really need to be front-footing some of the changes that are needed, and we can't sit back and wait for the government to tell us what we need. We need to be engaging with the government, and I don't know that we're in that space, particularly unless we're engaging with the community right now to understand the ramifications. And so I suppose I'm just wondering whether we need a motion around this table. We had the irrigators together. We haven't managed to pursue that. I appreciate it's only 2 months ago, but we know that there's some things that they need. And I'm just wondering, the question is today and whether it's later on the RMA reforms, we do a motion on the submissions, that we should be front-footing some of this stuff and making sure that it is in the purview of the ministers. Otherwise, it may be missed off, and that would be an opportunity lost. Oh, no, it's a question of you, whether we should be doing that. The question is, should we be considering that?
That's look, my answer to that is the same as it always is. The opportunity for this table to engage with ministers and make sure your views are known is always there. And if there is a motion passed that requires staff to support that, we're very happy to. What I would say in talking to members of the community is if we're going to go out and take their time, we've got to be very clear on what the purpose of that engagement is. At the moment, you've obviously got some thoughts in your head, Kate, around what that would be. I'm not clear in terms of how I would articulate that at the moment, but we, the staff, my response to that is if you feel there is benefit in the governance engaging with ministers, because that would be the appropriate level for that to happen, staff are available to assist that. And if we talk about availability, we've got a little bit of extra availability now as part of that review that we're doing at the moment on resourcing as a result of that announcement to halt plan changes or plan making, sorry.
Council Laws.
Thank you. Listen, I want to explore two things with you, Richard. Last week I put out and the consequent, I think it was last week, wasn't it? Consequent to Minister Bishop's speech, the question of what that means, and you've sort of brushed on it in your report now. But I specifically referred to the RPS and where we are with that. You'll remember in that email. And I just want to tease that out a little bit. If the demand from the government is that all policy planning stops ahead of the resource management reform, because that will change the rules completely, we are in mediation, or can you just explain publicly, please, where we are with the regional policy statement and why that isn't being brought to a conclusion, why that would seem to be concluded before the legislation is introduced into the House?
So the first thing I'd say is that these assessments are always a little bit challenging when we're working from a speech, although the Minister was very clear in his speech, which was helpful. Our assessment of the information that has been released is that the RPS, which is completed mediation, is not picked up by this halt to all planning work. So the text that was used is anything that has not completed at hearing stage. So we're well past that stage in terms of the proposed regional policy statement. However, until we see the text within the legislative change that they are proposing, we can't give it a definitive response on that. But my initial response to you all via email is that the air plan will need to be paused unless we chose to seek an exemption. The land and water plan and the coast plan would be in the same boat. However, the RPS is far enough through the process that we will be able to bring that back to council for a decision on whether or not to make it operative.
Okay, so when would you expect to be bringing that to us, Richard, to do with the RPS? When would you expect us to be making a final decision around this table?
So I will get, after telling Anita I'd manage this one, I will get her to jump on and just give a quick update on timing in terms of the court process.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so through the chair, Councillor Laws, so most of the mediation is completed for the RPS, and we're just in the process of preparing consent orders. I don't have great visibility of how long they take to go through the courts. There is one matter in the High Court that has been set down for a hearing later this year. So it would be 2026 at the earliest before we would be looking to make all of the RPS operative.
Does that mean, though, that we're making some of it operative ahead of that High Court decision?
We wouldn't, no, we would come to you with a decision. We can't
Okay.
make it operative without any part of it operative without council resolution.
Okay. And the second part of that question, and thank you for that, Nita. The second part of that question, does it really take as long to get to the triennium to give us a list of the procedures and the policies and the plans that we won't be undertaking, Richard? Can't we have that? I would have thought that was a pretty easy thing to do. In fact, you've just done it off the top of your head.
I've pretty much just told you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I think the reason that we would wait is that it is much better to do it once we have the legislation in front of us and can undertake a full assessment. We can certainly give an indication, and we've just done that in a public meeting. But my advice would be that until we have that legislation and staff can provide that report, that to me would be the appropriate way to do that. That doesn't mean we're not already working on the impacts of that in terms of the annual plan budget and our work program, so we can, in short order, bring those conversations back to council almost as part of the same update.
So let me get this absolutely right. As of today, as of this meeting, on the issues that you have raised and the policies and plans that you have talked about, work has stopped at the Otago Regional Council in moving those forward.
So yes, the formal work on preparation of plans has stopped. There is the work that the team are doing at the moment is to look at what work may need to be undertaken over the next few years in terms of preparation for the new resource management system, but there is no need for us to continue with the preparation of those plans in the form that we had anticipated doing it. So that work's stopped.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Laws. Thanks, Richard. No further. Oh, Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a question along the same lines, and it references back to the email on the 18th of July, but it's all about basically Minister Bishop's announcement. And in that email, Richard, you mentioned about the RPS and basically saying this is not scheduled to come to council until the new triennium. And I was trying to understand why governance wouldn't have an opportunity to at least comment on whether we adopt the RPS by way of the result of the mediation or delay it or not. I just assumed that call had already been made that the RPS mediation wasn't going to come back to this council during this triennium. Have I got that wrong?
So that's a timing thing, and sort of related to what Anita just talked about in terms of that process wrapping up. So I don't know if you can provide any more context to that, Anita.
Yeah, so Richard's correct, Councillor Noon. It's just a timing issue. We're still waiting for the consent orders to come out from the Environment Court, and some of them are still being prepared to be lodged. So the reason it's not coming this side is we don't have the formal and signed off provisions at this stage.
Thank you. Thanks. No further questions. Recommendation is to note the report. Somebody want to move that? Councillor McCall, seconded Councillor Somerville. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Next one is the chairperson's report, which is just short and sweet this time, given that last week when we needed to write these up, I was away at local government conference. So I thought I'd just give you some verbal updates today, and perhaps Councillor Wilson might like to join me for some of that as well, given that she was with me last week as well. So yeah, South Island Regional Council's governance group, which meets regularly, generally doesn't include the top of the south, and does include Canterbury, Otago, West Coast and Southland. So just a general catch up of what's going on with each of the councils. And yeah, I guess with uncertainty at the moment, it's good to keep in touch. And I know a lot of the councils, Southland and Canterbury, it's been well publicised that they've been having a look at reform and what that might mean for form and function of councils in those areas going forward as well. So good to keep in touch. That was a great launch for the Mosgiel on-demand bus service, and Councillor Noon particularly did a fantastic job. Alexia did a great job there too with some water, but it was, yeah, really fantastic to launch that. And from what I can hear, it's going pretty well. So yeah, it'd be good to see how that goes in our region and whether it'll be applicable anywhere else. I was invited to Edward Allison's event to acknowledge his time as the chair of OKAHA. So it was an event organised by OKAHA, and he has been the chair of that organisation. Name change during that from KTKO through to OKAHA, but since the late 1990s. So I was able to give a speech on the history of working with OKAHA and ORC and some of the formal arrangements that we've had during that time, and just a big thanks to Edward for all that he's done for relationships with our council during that time. So a momentous occasion with a change of hands there. Regional sector trip to the West Coast. Kate might want to come back to that, but it was really, really good to get together. Great to see some of the industry that's occurring on the West Coast, and just to be able to compare some of the issues that they face that are similar to us, particularly the flood resilience and adaptation work. Massive, powerful rivers over there and huge issues with a small population. Mining as well, got to have a really good look around some of the mining that's happening there, which was interesting, and yeah, mining's always different, isn't it? The type of mining, but their mining is an environment's quite different to our environment, and it was good to learn there. But also good to get together with regional councils from throughout New Zealand. We do quite a bit of work together, and just sharing ideas, it's always valuable. Kate, I'll come back and you can give some reflections there. And then, yeah, there was local government conference last week as well. Just I have got some notes to share with councillors, which I will do. I'll circulate those. I just thought I'll give you a brief summary as well now. Some of these are messages from ministers, so I don't want to speak for them. So I've tried to summarise. And I've run past Kate to make sure we're getting this right. But yeah, I don't speak for ministers, so just trying to ensure that we share. Many of the speeches were without notes as well, so it's just trying to portray accurately what was said. But I'll start with Sam Broughton, who's the President of Local Government New Zealand and Mayor of Selwyn. As you will have seen, there's been a report that's just been undertaken by Local Government New Zealand, commissioning Burl, looking at local government's contribution to the New Zealand economy, which is pretty useful stuff. I don't know if the actual report's available yet, but there's certainly a lot of mention of it in the media. But whenever it is, we'll make sure it's with you, because it did have heaps of good graphs and info about where we're at. And just, I suppose the thing that stood out for me is the gap in funding, particularly of infrastructure But you're gapping funding by councils since the 1960s, which is coming back to bite now, and things are becoming unaffordable. So there was some discussion and some good data and facts around that. Also about the fiscal mismatch between I suppose central and local government and what they're spending. I think it was portrayed that the New Zealand local government controls 2% of GDP, and that's far below international norms such as Denmark, Canada, and Germany at 10%. And just the amount of tasks that we're being asked to do as well are increasing. We'll get back to messages from ministers on focusing those. But anyway, councils are being asked to deliver on big national priorities like housing and infrastructure, water reform, climate adaptation, environmental protection, resilience to natural hazards, and emissions reductions. None of those are easy. There's a whole lot more as well. Central government collects over 90% of New Zealand's tax revenue, while councils rely mostly on property rates. And as we know, local government has been arguing strongly that councils are underfunded for their responsibilities. It also shows that councils deliver strong returns on investment too, and outlines some of those. One of them is around 343 million in flood risk reduction benefits from 80 projects, and 500 million in previously unmeasured productivity contributions. And a strong example of that is the flood and network infrastructure work that we do. So I think tip of tongues for ministers that did speak whenever they want to give a good example is that work. So amongst work that councils do throughout New Zealand, flood resilience is really hitting the mark, and same with civil defence. So both regional council functions are often regarded as really positive. So I'll go, sorry, I've got a little bit to say, but I'll try and summarise it quickly because I know we've got a lot to say today, a lot to do, many papers. So Chris Bishop started straight in honorary Chris Bishop, Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and RM Reform and Transport. Yeah, oh, that one's missed off there, but transport. So started off with New Zealanders have serious questions about local government's licence to lead. I suppose that's reflected in Mayor Kirch's comments this morning, picking up on a theme that was coming through. There's a broken planning system. Housing consents are slow, project delivery is lagging, major reforms are underway, as we know, to fix those issues. The first objective in the new RM system is growth. The second is environmental protection and regulatory efficiency. So the first objective being growth. Yep. RMA is too broad in scope, and the new system will refocus. Planning has inflated land prices. Cities must grow both up and out. Development contributions aren't fit for purpose. New financing tools are coming. And the example given was time of use road charges and tolling. Rates capping legislation is expected before Christmas. Local government role. Councils need to stick to basics and avoid gold plating. They don't want over design, and the example was we want a bridge, we don't want a bridge that looks good. National land use zones will be standardised. Example given, Japan has 13 zones versus New Zealand 11,000 plus. A national planning regulator will be established. Councils must shift from a culture of no to a culture of yes. We need to be thinking about need, not NIMBYism. From 2014 to 2019, consent costs rose 70%, and that must change. Upcoming changes, 10-year planning cycle we know this, the 10-year planning cycle documents, the plans and policy statements paused. However, it depends where they are in the development stage, as we've talked about, and some exceptions and exemptions will be possible as well. Councils are currently too tied to old systems. RM reforms are targeted for 2027 implementation. Council structures are being thought about, but he stressed that no decisions had been made, and he was very mindful of the pace of change for the sector. Doesn't want to move at a pace that we can't deal with. Honourable Simon Watts, Minister of Local Government, did acknowledge the strength of local government straight up, and example given was praising civil defence as a core strength of councils, was the one example. Wants a back to basics approach, new local government system improvements, as we know. So there's an amendment bill which outlines the 5 core responsibilities for councils, being roading and maintenance and safety, water infrastructure, solid waste, regulatory and essential services, and financial transparency and performance. So that's the bit that removes the wellbeings component of the Local Government Act and puts in refocusing. Other messages, what have we got there? Oh, regional deals are really fantastic and they're really proud of them, and they gave the one in Otago Central Lakes as an example. Yes, sorry, I was being kind there, Councillor Wilson, but they did call it Queenstown Lakes Deal, which didn't go down too well. I was sitting next to the Mayor of Central Otago at the time, but anyway, they were very proud to have the regional deals coming through, and that is great. And anyway, new requirements coming for council on procurement, contracting, performance metrics, and regulatory and essential services changes. What have we got there? There were some questions around quarrying. There'll be national standards, as we know. We've had a bit of a look at that. Someone asked about what about with the well-beings? Does that mean there won't be much of a focus on environment? And Minister Bishop noted that actually we will still have the Natural and Built Environments Act as well as the Local Government Act. So actually we do need to focus on the environment still, and that'll be a core function of regional councils. That regional councils will be expected to deliver in areas like public transport, natural hazard management, flood monitoring, environmental limits and enforcement, and spatial planning. So clearly defined that there was a role for regional councils, but functions are being reviewed and no decisions have been made. Honourable David Seymour, Act Leader, Associate Finance Minister. Councils need to focus. Rates increases of 12% are unsustainable. Councils should not compete with private providers. Oh, yeah, the example we gave was the Epsom Library was offering cooking classes and so was a private provider. Did not like that. The 4 well-beings are being removed, as we know. Reform principles, focus on regulation and city services. Yeah. Support for permissive, I think we know what ACT's principles are. I probably don't need to read those out. He just reiterates what they are. And again says not at the end, no structural reforms to regional councils yet, though frustration with their performance was noted. Honourable Chris Hipkins, he's probably, Leader of the Opposition, thanked councils and acknowledged that infrastructure is essential to support housing and tourism. We're being asked to provide it. It costs a lot. Rates are rising. There hasn't been investment since the 1960s effectively and adequately. pools and sports fields are needs, not nice to have. It's in reference to the wellbeing's going. Rates have been historically low, but underinvestment is now causing real problems. Rates capping can increase overall costs, e.g. it transfers services to private providers, and that could increase costs, not reduce them. On reform, supports returning the 4 wellbeings to the Local Government Act. Does say that Labor will slow down structural change, wants stability and cross-party consensus, doesn't. So basically he said that although some bits of the reform might not be exactly what they would choose to do, they want to retain them because it's better that the country has stability than policy flip-flopping, were his words. So yeah, that there'll be a period of stability, hopefully, whatever happens. Yeah, which is a good signal, I suppose, for us that actually what we're going into a new world and we're going to be in this new world, and we need to get our heads around that and be positive and constructive and do our part. So, yep. On funding, rates alone can't fund everything. Central and local government must partner to solve the infrastructure deficit. And yeah, just quite a bit of talk around removing economic development from the wellbeings, and he thought that it should be regionally led. We've got a huge amount of councils in New Zealand, he said, and that actually it's helpful to have them brought together at a regional scale, and for economic development to be led regionally, not scrapped entirely. And that was a bit of a summary of what happened. Kate, did you want to quickly cover the West Coast, and then we can have some questions if anyone wants to.
Thank you. I had the pleasure of going over early and did a bit of a holiday before I attended the regional sector tour, and it was really interesting. There is a lot of talk over there about mining, and anyone who is representing Dunstan, I think, would have enjoyed hearing the energy, but also the way they're doing it, which is quite different. And we did a site tour and looked at, so I met someone who showed us how they're converting a gold mine after mining into a dairy farm. We saw one that was being converted back into forestry and a better forest for the land turnover. But it was the vision of having something of what was going to happen at the end, which we possibly, it put me in a different space of thinking we don't often say what do we actually the end goal would look like. And it was interesting to hear those conversations and the opportunities that they afforded where there was mining. We spent a lot of time looking at Franz Joseph and the problems there with the glacier retreating and the amount and quantum of gravel, where the bridge, in a similar way to the Darton Reefs, where you used to be able to, I wouldn't have, but someone had flown a plane under the bridge there, and now it's about to, on its last rise, with gravel accumulation below, and the extent of the retreat of the glacier and how that's affecting the gravel load, and really, and how that then interacts with the state highway. And so when we're looking at flood protection, making sure it's not siloed into flood protection when it's really a transport issue as well, and getting everyone in the same discussion place there, as well as civil defence. So it was really interesting. Meeting other councillors and spending the time learning about how they're doing things, and that we're not necessarily, what I found is most amazing is that we're not all doing the same thing, and we should be learning from and challenging ourselves to understand how some councils are operating differently, and for absolutely no blame, but for consequences of government decisions, we've been spending a lot of time in the planning space, whereas, as I said earlier, the sweet spot is in the doing with communities. And if my one reflection of I don't want to go into the detail, except for David Seymour was very clear that he was grateful to people standing and being representative, but that he would never be doing that himself at a local government level. We did actually have some comments about how much harder it is. But the one comment I'd make of all my time on the local government tour was that I think councillors were feeling exhausted and because of the change that has been happening to them and with them, with Three Waters dominating, that joy, and the ones that were older, the joy of working with the community has been lost because they haven't been able to focus on that. And yet, if we look at if we reflect ourselves and we reflect on a lot of people, the best outcomes are those on the ground. And we've got some wonderful examples ourselves of, I was just talking to Andrew on the way up about Te Hakapupu and some of those good results there and how good they look visually as well as outcomes based. So I think while there's some challenges, every challenge can be turned into an opportunity, and the opportunity we have right now as a council is to redirect our energies into operationally what can we do in the community and have some great outcomes that aren't necessarily regulatory based. And those are the challenges, is how we do that. And I think it's a really, I'm quite happy about it. Interesting, I've got a question for you about the letter, about your report later, but I'll bring that up later. I also was going to be in Christchurch anyway, and when I did this, the local governments conferences, we, as chair of the South Island Regional Transport Committees, we had a meeting with Chris Bishop. And I won't go into that detail because I think it was a Chatham House rules discussion, but it was about where we can create a South Island resilience story and a infrastructure pipeline that makes sense, then will be different to the North Island. What is very clear from those discussions is that the South Island story is not necessarily being well understood in Wellington, and why we need to be really clear when we go lobbying and submitting, of giving data and making sure that we're using the best of our comms to tell that story.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. It's great to have you on the trip. Yeah. Right. Any questions? And yeah, there's a couple of letters attached, and there have been a couple more letters that have come in, but we'll make sure we attach them to the next council meeting. They missed this agenda. Any questions, Councillor Wilson? Yep.
Look, on the letter to the ministers about the lobbying on the buses, I think that there is definitely a need to follow up, and also with the Minister for the South Island, Minister Meager, I think we needed to be sharing really good data, and it would be a one-pager showing what our patronage on the buses has and how it has recovered, and also telling a very clear story on the private share are already gained. The discussion, I don't think those facts are understood, and if we don't do a one-pager with those stats really clearly shown, it will just be another letter that they receive. So great that the letter went out, but I think we need to be following it up with some comms that tells that picture much more clearly. We've got a really good story to tell. We're being compared to Wellington, where the patronage is still well below pre-COVID levels, and where the minister was referring to private shares of below 11%. We're well above that, and we should be really proud about that, and being asked for asking for a very even hand on those things. Right? We've got a system that works, and we shouldn't be asked to break it.
Thank you. Yep, I think you were in the process of working with staff to pull that together, and just really appreciate your chance to speak to the minister and gain some further insight into that. Thank you. Councillor Laws.
Thank you. It's actually to do with the letters to do with rabbits, as you might expect. There's one attached to your report from Tama Potaka, but I understand others have come in subsequently from Chris Bishop as the Minister of Transport, and from Chris Pink, who is the Minister of Land Information. Looking at those letters in context, I wondered when we are going to discuss the replies, because when we last discussed this and the reason that we sent those letters, there was a feeling that the government, central government, were not playing their role, particularly conservation, around rabbit control in our area, and they are exacerbating the problem with their inaction and their stepping aside from what we consider to be their responsibilities. In the replies from Potaka, Ministers Potaka, Bishop and Pink, each of them has given a slightly different question or slightly different answer. I note that Minister Potaka, for example, is the Minister of Conservation, is talking about the South Island Regional Director meeting with you, Richard, on the 6th of August, I think it is, to discuss this matter in specific. And then Minister Pink is saying that essentially LINZ is already working in collaboration and meets monthly with the Otago Regional Council to determine hotspots and action consequent. Now, the reason I'm asking the question, Richard, is because, and also Gretchen, is because those replies would seem to suggest that there's a level of cooperation and collaboration that we were not informed of before we wrote those letters. And I just wanted to assess whether the accuracy of those letters is as you understand them, or in actual fact they have, shall we say, exaggerated central government's role in this particular issue.
Might hand to Richard.
Thanks, Michael. So couple of things. In terms of the meeting, I do have a regular catch-up with the director of the department, so we'll make sure that this one is on the list. The background in terms of context to writing the letters came from a community meeting of concerned landowners in Waihola that was attended by Minister Patterson, and his view was that what he was hearing, suggestion to council staff who were present, was that getting this on the radar of responsible ministers was a good thing to do. We have a relationship with all of these government departments for a number of reasons, and pest control is one of those. I've just asked staff for an outline, first of all, to confirm what's in the letters is accurate, and secondly, what I'm interested in is, are we just meeting, or are we meeting and actually doing something as a result of those meetings? Because they're two different things, and that goes just as much for us. That's not a one-sided question. So we are following up on those things. I think that the intent of the letters, in terms of getting it on the radar of ministers, was a good thing to do. And that at the suggestion of Minister Patterson, so we've done that, and that at least has highlighted the issue. We just need to ensure now that the commitments that, or what's been outlined in the responses we've had from the ministers, which is obviously informed by advice they've had from officials, is what's happening on the ground, or we can use that now to leverage those conversations to get some better results.
Okay, so will we get another paper, I guess, coming to us consequent to your, I mean, the big one here, as you've raised, is conservation. It's their conservation estate and the lack of management of it that has caused and excited so much comment around our table and from our landowners that are adjacent to them. Will we be getting an update on this, for the next council meeting then, Richard?
So it's likely to come back through the Environmental Delivery Committee in terms of the updates we receive on our biosecurity work, and we can address the effectiveness of the partnerships with those government agencies in terms of activities happening on their land. So there's a regular report on biosecurity, and so that can be accommodated within that.
Is there any chance of getting, you see, the thing that also strikes you, and I'm sure it must frustrate you as well, Richard, is that you've got three different government departments you're dealing with here. Now, they would almost seem to be three different meetings and three different issues, from transport, from conservation, and from LINZ. Is there any opportunity of getting everybody in the same room at the same time to have some sort of partnership between the Otago Regional Council and central government? Or are we going to continue the silo mentality that we're seeing in these letters here?
I don't know the answer to that. I think you're right. The ideal scenario is that we, on a project basis, if we're looking at a geographic area, everyone involved is in the room at the same time. We're unlikely to get good results if we're trying to pick it off interested party by interested party. So we can ensure that's addressed as well. I'll come back with some answers for you ahead of a formal paper, but we will also do it as part of a paper.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, Richard, just to follow up on that, we have recently, over the last couple of years, had a Moraki rabbit control group that in the initial stages, there was considerable concern around the involvement of government departments or the lack of involvement. And I just wonder if we could use that as a test case, because I think that later on became involvement, and just show that we're either progressing or not progressing with those departments. It could give us a good baseline to start with.
Yeah, and I just do want to stress that the government departments we interact with absolutely want to be good stewards and support the work that we want to do. They are facing the same constraints, and we're all well aware of the cost constraints. So certainly don't want it to come across that they're not engaged and they don't want to do anything and they're just throwing their hands in the air. The challenge we've got is trying to ensure that we can agree on what some priorities are and the investment is put in the right place. But Moraki has progressed as an early example, and so we can look at that in terms of the role that other landowners have played as part of that overall project.
And so, thanks with your indulgence, Chair. Look, again, what I don't want to see is the common feeling that if these departments are saying simply it's a monetary factor. So somewhere along the line, as you said, we've got to get into that prioritisation stage and ensure what monies are going to the right spots. So yeah, if you could just keep that in mind, that would be, your money should not be the determinant, it should be the action we need, and let's find how we can get that money into the right spots.
Okay, Councillor Kelleher.
Just to follow on that, Richard, do you think they're arriving at a point where their prioritisation would be similar to the private landowner sector, where it's by and large acknowledged, especially in the farming sector, that this is a necessity expenditure, almost alongside rates and other, because they have been very only reactionary to criticism or actual situations, and then the reaction is always a one-off. Are they evolving, like in your discussions with them, are they evolving to a point where they say, yes, we need regular ongoing maintenance of this pest, and we are putting that in place?
Look, I can't speak to that, Gary. I haven't had that level of discussion, so I'll need to ask staff to ensure that's part of that summary that we can bring back, is what is the planning that is going in from these other landowners. It's not something I can speak to. I'm just not prepared with that level of information, sorry, for this number of questions on this item.
Thank you.
They aren't going to go away.
Yeah, it's a great statement and a question. Righty, I think we need to move on for timing's sake. Sorry, everyone. So, somebody care to note this report? Councillor Weir, fantastic. Seconded Councillor Kelleher. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Right, this one is an important one. It is ORC's submission on proposed changes to national direction, and we've had some great workshops here as well to date, so some of this will be very familiar to you. Do we have a staff member online perhaps? Oh, yep, there's Fleur. So yeah, there's 4 packages here today, which everyone will have read through. I'm wondering whether we go through one by one. Don't want to drag this out though if everyone's feeling quite happy, so I might just feel my way through this. But Fleur, is there anything you wanted to say to introduce this?
I think you've mostly covered it, thanks. But just, to say that we're happy to take any feedback and adjust if you feel that we haven't captured anything quite as discussed during the workshop sessions. And of course, always happy to answer any remaining questions about the government's proposals or the submissions. Thanks.
Thanks, Fleur. So I might go through each package and see if there's questions on them. It can either be on the package itself and the technical details about what's being proposed, or on the submission point at this point. So package 1 is infrastructure and development. Any questions? Councillor Wilson.
So I may have misread this, but I actually thought the first paragraphs were an introduction, and the heading that you've got in your letter actually went further down. And I know that's seems pedantic, but I don't know that you're addressing the heading, Otago Regional to package 1. That actual heading needs to go further down so that the other messages are seen as across all of the packages. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. We could potentially just delete introduction.
No, I think the introduction's good, and especially the key messages, but they relate, like, need for enduring solutions goes across everything. It doesn't do just infrastructure. And yeah.
Yeah, I think I understand, Kate. I think though, in terms of the correct format, there needs to be that summary, what the primary purpose of the letter is at the top, which is that it is our submission on that package. It just kicks off with some introduction and general key messages, but we can just have a think about how we cover that off, Fleur. It's just more of an administrative editing thing.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Cool.
Any other questions on that one, Kate?
Yeah.
I'll come back to it.
Council Laws.
Just on infrastructure and development, it doesn't seem, listen, I might have misread it, but it doesn't seem to be covered here. It's the tension between TAs, pardon me, district city councils, developers, regional councils, and independent commissioners when it comes to buildings or building constructions and infrastructure in flood-prone areas, but also areas of environmental risk. There is, I think Cyclone Gabriel best described it, but we've got problems in our own region of where we think people shouldn't be building at all. And yet that's been overruled by TAs and developers and potentially creating the same sort of risk to limb and to property, to life that was encountered in Cyclone Gabriel on the east coast of the North Island. We seem to be silent on that issue here, and I was surprised because it's an issue that it's been raised and it is creating some. It will create some concern for us as we move forward, and as residential developments move into areas prone to flooding in particular, but to other land challenges as well.
So, Councillor Laws, I might attempt to answer this one first. We have, in both the submission on the MPS infrastructure and the MPS natural hazards, talked about the need to consider those impacts and the fact that those two MPSs don't appear to talk to each other particularly well. We haven't talked about the role that the TAs play in terms of how they come into it, but with the MPS natural hazards and the framework that's in that, which mirrors the framework for hazards in our RPS, it does require the identification of areas that require particular special consideration or avoidance in terms of things like infrastructure. So one of the key points is to make sure that that connection between the two is strengthened to understand how they work together.
Yeah, I was particularly concerned, Anita, I'm sure you'll appreciate this, where we have good plans that identify significant risk and they are then overridden, often in actual fact by independent commissioners who aren't accountable at all, as we both know, to anybody it would appear. I was wondering if we might not like to beef up, particularly when we identify such hazards in our submission, the necessity for the balance to be in favour of caution.
We can absolutely add some more in both, so that we would put that in both of this one and package 3, I think it is, just to be really clear that where the hazard information is agreed and certain and identifies a significant risk, then the favour should fall on that. We can add that in if the council table agrees. We would put it in both submission points.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just checking how formal we should be on motions and things for each of these, or because I think probably we'd all agree with that one. Yeah.
I recall a conversation along those lines through the workshops we had on these packages. So in terms of the motion that stands around minor or editorial changes, I would consider that one in terms of the framing of that priority and of cautiousness over development in the context of hazards to be able to be captured by that motion 3.
I suppose also we outlined that where people's views are different, that we're just going to capture them too. So if somebody has something they really need to be captured, then we'll do that today. Great. You're finished, Councillor Laws. Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Just in paragraph 18, I think I've got my note beside 18. There was just a feeling that and I think this came out of the workshop, but I'm happy for it to be a single thing if it didn't. But the need for distributed network for resilience, it isn't really captured in there, but I think we did speak about that. And it drives quite a different position as well. And I just would like to see us adding that in there. But and there's some typo ones that I'll just pass through to the CE later.
Got that, Councillor Forbes.
Thank you. Great job of these in terms of taking out the emotional language and getting down to this message of consistency and stuff. I really want to thank staff for that. One question that came up for me that I should have asked in the workshop, but I didn't really understand it till I read this, is on package 4, going for housing growth. I'm just wondering, and I see we don't support that, which is right, what came out of our workshops, but
we're just going package by package at the moment. Yeah, so we're nearly done, I think, on infrastructure and development. There aren't heaps of questions coming out of that, though.
Come back.
Thanks, Councillor Forbes. Councillor Wilson, finish yours off, and then Councillor Malcolm.
Sorry, paragraph 25. I had circled, and I'm just intrigued that we've used the word ORC recognises and supports clear rules. I think what we're doing is clear direction, and it is semantics again, but it's actually quite important. I think the idea is that they're trying to get away from rules, so I don't know that adding it here would be helpful.
Can I just provide some clarification? The NES is our rules.
Is our rules, so okay.
Our rules, NPS is our policy direction. So that word might be deliberate, but we'll go and check, and if it's not, we'll flick it around. But that could be a deliberate choice because they are rules.
Okay, no, that's fine, and that's why I was just I thought it was worth checking with you. Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, mine's just a couple of rewording things. In 22, paragraph 22 on page 35, where within Otago we're facing growth pressures in both Dunedin and Queenstown. Look, this is on the whole of the Otago region, and if I look at, I won't get into Dunedin's lack of growth because that would take me all day to give you the solutions to that. But really, I just wonder if that should be more reworded to reflect that what is known is that growth pressures most significantly in Queenstown Lakes and CODC, especially if you're talking around power. So Dunedin would be no different. We've got exceptional growth pressures for electricity in the Waitaki, but we've got Network Waitaki that do an exceptional job keeping us up to date. But we have got those same pressures. So I think if we reflect that.
Reflect accurately where we have got growth,
Yeah. And in, in 36 around wildfires, it's still on the same one, infrastructure, a total increase exacerbated due to impacts of climate change. And I just wonder if you would consider adding the words and increased afforestation, because that actually creates the risk, as we've experienced up here in Livingston with, while that wasn't a wildfire, but the damage of fire that can be done with increased afforestation that will, and if climate, as wildfires, afforestation will be the big driver of that. Good.
Councillor Malcolm. And just give you a moment to see if you've got any more notes there.
I'm sure I'm going to not talk out of turn onto the wrong one. Yeah, no, that's probably that on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to package 2 now.
I thought it was getting taller.
Primary sector. Any questions? Councillor Kelleher. And we'll just get you to turn off your mic.
Thanks. My question probably covers primary sector and also freshwater, but it's around as we submit and as the plans are going to change substantially, but with the quite restrictive and ever enhancing restrictive plans that we have been working under to date, there have been some outcomes that people have under those plans arrived at, and I suppose it affects the primary sector, but it is a freshwater one, and that is the Plan Change 7 situation. And where sinking lid policies and other situations have become quite embedded. And that example raised today by our submitter about the parameters that he's very worried about, and I am too, about reconsenting and how this may appear in the new framework that we're about to be hopefully informed of. Is there across maybe all of these packages, but especially these two, the ability to revisit, or are we highlighting the need to revisit some of these outcomes that were arrived at under the previous plans, the previous very restrictive plans? Because, you know, we're in a stance at the moment where if we had have carried on as we currently have been, basically nothing major could be submitted to the ORC and get a supporting recommending report, which really means the position of the council as a regulator was that really anything substantial shouldn't proceed. And then whoever is submitting it then has to fight for why it should proceed, but against a recommending report saying it should decline for a number of reasons. So I suppose the reason the government are acting is because there are a number of, we've evolved to a point where very little in this country can proceed. So there will be a number of situations, I would assume, that will want revisiting. And my fear is that have we highlighted that enough across these packages?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you could maybe state more, maybe we'll come back to you. You ever think about what you want to state as the principles that you want to highlight perhaps? Yeah.
Can I just see maybe if Fleur or Anita, because I think what's in my mind is whether that is something that will be picked up through our engagement with the resource management reform when that legislation comes up and we submit on it, as opposed to national policy direction, which I don't think would, but again, so Fleur or Anita or Tom, can you just, I think the point Gary's making is there an avenue through the national direction framework to raise the issue of the current restrictions within plans and what that might result in terms of future renewals of existing consents or consenting for new activities? Or is that not really within scope of this and more in scope of whatever that new resource management system will do?
Yeah, so thanks, Richard, and I'll take this one. But you're right, it's in scope of the new reform. So if you think about the hierarchy, the national policy direction sits under the RMA and whatever the new legislation will be. So that'll be that new legislation that will direct those sorts of things, and will require us to revisit all of our plans, and then we'll be required to be consistent with whatever the direction is in both that legislation and the NPS. So this isn't really the avenue to deal with it. However, if you can articulate exactly what it is, we can see if we can tie it to one of the issues that have been set out.
Almost, isn't it, like rebalancing and Te Mano Te Wai. Yeah, and the stating, like we've asked them to state what would narrow the focus rather than balance everything under the. I think I understand what you're talking about, but if you came in even at the highest level there about what the purpose of the freshwater directions was, you might be addressing some of your principles, I'd imagine.
It's more around under the new legislation, are we drawing a line and saying everything prior to that is embedded in the past and everything beyond into the future will fall under new direction? But there are people living with decisions or midway through decisions on what they were going to do with infrastructure or what they were going to do with the consenting decisions they are going to look to make. And it's about, have we highlighted enough that it's all very well to say this has got to change because the country has been incredibly restrictive or evolving to a point of inability to do almost anything, that is changing. But in very recent times, there's been decisions made because of decisions councils have made, and it's the ability to revisit some of that. And I guess it's the example around using past X number of years for consent volumes is a getting into a very detailed specific point, but we're yet to see what the new reconsenting regime is going to be going into freshwater management. And so if we will need the new legislation, if it's going to be enabling, to be looking at the situation of recent times and where we're evolving to and how that's reversed.
So if I can just add freshwater allocation, so quantity is not in the scope of this national direction. That has been left for the RM reform, and that will help with some of those conversations. The only way to change the regime we've got now would have been to do a plan change, and we can't do that anymore. So until we get the new legislation and a new plan, we are constrained by what we have today.
So, my sense, Kerry, is that it is part of the system change that the government will or is looking to make. I don't think they've been quite overt in terms of what they're hoping the new system will achieve. And I think what you're talking about is is a change in that system that enables some of those barriers that are being highlighted by existing consent holders or people looking to consent new activities. That's where those changes will need to be picked up. Kate's just helpfully point out paragraph 19 in the freshwater one, sorry, and I know we're not skipping, but just because it's relevant for this conversation, does talk about that transitional pathway. So having a clear pathway that enables people to plan appropriately as we go through all these changes, because that uncertainty is also something we've heard is crippling for people who are trying to make decisions. But the substantive point you're making, my sense is that it's an RM reform conversation.
Yep, councillor Laws.
We're on package 2, yeah?
Are on package 2, yep.
It's paragraph 26, quarrying and mining. We state in our submission that ORC generally supports proposals to amend the multiple national direction instruments to better enable quarrying and mining. Now, I take from that we are saying that there should be more quarrying and mining in central Otago, yeah? Well, in Otago in general, and that we are trying to make sure that we better enable it. Is that my understanding? Is that the correct understanding of that particular paragraph?
Through the chair, yes, that was where the council direction landed at the workshops.
Okay. So we've just recently been through the issue of the Oceania Gold application, in which we are
underway, so we just can't talk about live consent.
So that consent process is still it's still live. It's with that stage in the process is it's due for a hearing. So we, just noting that, Councillor Laws, I don't know where your direction of question was going, but we can't comment on that.
Where I was going with this is that doesn't seem consistent with our stance currently. That's what I was.
No, so they're two very different things. The ORC doesn't have a stance on existing applications. The ORC, as a regulator, processes them under the current plan framework. This is a policy direction decision that the council can take in terms of its advocacy for central government. So the consent process is not a position taken by ORC. It is a regulatory process we undertake under the framework we're operating under.
But haven't we as an organisation recommended rejection of Oceania Gold's application?
No, the organisation hasn't. So the consents team undertake that process. That's not a position of the organisation. That's an expert opinion of the staff that are involved, or a recommendation.
But they're employed by us, aren't they?
No, different things, Michael. So that's my answer for that one.
I just see that as contradictory, that's all. But okay, that's fine.
All right, what's the question or the point?
Well,
Yeah, we're done there.
Well, no, the question I was going to make was it seems contradictory with existing practice, that was all.
Okay. Done on that one then, thanks, yep. Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Malcolm.
So just following through from Councillor Kelleher's point, we know there's RMA reform coming, and I think there is an absolute need for us to there's some really good stuff happening that's being somewhat constrained by not having a clear direction. And I'm just wondering, around this table, are we able to, in this round, to put in at the end something asking for a very simple but clear direction on things like farm planning and catchment planning being part of the RMA reform, that gives some certainty to those groups that are in that space now doing great things carrying on, because it is getting really hard in that area to keep engagement, because there is this, again, another cycle of change coming upon us, and there isn't that certainty, which I would have liked to have seen. My understanding is that it would be okay to do that as a subsequential motion, perhaps, to this motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, you can put in what you want. Staff have prepared a submission on the national direction package. If the council wants to take the opportunity to raise other things with officials, then absolutely, that's within your ability to do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm, I think. Sure. Rightio. We might be done on questions then on primary. We're on to 3. Would you like to kick off then, Councillor Malcolm?
Thanks for picking things up. I think staff have done a really good job of picking up the thoughts of the workshops and that we've had. But just on vegetable growing, on page 48, which is number 30, I think that the intent that my understanding of the workshop is that we're really keen to ensure that we weren't just limiting things to vegetable growing, that we were looking at food production as a general premise, that the rules should suit food production throughout Otago. So I just wonder, in that last sentence, while commercial growing is not widespread in Otago, well, it is actually widespread, but there's just not enough of it. I just wonder if you'd actually start that sentence from land, that we're supporting land and land uses for food and fibre production. I thought it's sort of a bit of a negative, the vegetable growing part.
Is it just removing the wild commercial vegetable growing is not widespread in Otago?
Yeah.
I think that probably isn't what we were saying either.
Yeah.
Like Gary's point about carrots pop up all over the place, or whatever, different crops. Yeah.
Yeah. And if I may continue, page 49, sorry, it's just to check that through. And on 35, especially where it creates opportunities for ecological habitat creation, flow attenuation during flood events, community water supplies, and I just thought that we had talked about it adding renewable energy production. And if I go back to looking at the reactions we had at Cromwell with those small schemes that wanted putting renewable energy into existing water infrastructure setups. If that's the right place to put that in. Yep. And lastly on this one, I think I know what you mean, but number 54, I wonder if you could explain that paragraph to me, what you were trying to achieve in that paragraph. And sorry, I should have rung you about this first, sorry, but you read a lot quicker than me. I think I know what we're trying to achieve there, but I just don't think we can pick that up that well. And I just, yeah.
Yeah, I'll have a crack at explaining it. And if we need to, we can adjust the wording to make it a bit clearer. So yeah, basically that's around that perhaps having protection for source water shouldn't just rely on the number of population that is served, because actually the smaller scale schemes are less likely to have good kind of like reticulated systems are likely to have treatment available, or, you know, they're more likely to be able to have those kinds of things. And so actually it might be more important to protect smaller sources than larger sources when you think about it. So I guess it's just I think we can probably make that point a little clearer. I don't know, Tom, if you wanted to.
Thanks, Rue. That's exactly how I understood it.
Okay,
cool. Yeah. And if this is taped, I think that might be better wording, because it's critical that we get that right protection for those smaller communities and smaller users, I suppose, but still within the bounds of what's achievable and practical. So thank you for considering that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Malcolm. Any other questions on 3? Councillor Weir.
Yeah, just on the balancing Te Manawa Te Wai. Under paragraph 21, I'm looking at where we talk about, regardless of what happens with Te Manawa Te Wai, the MPS FM framework should do, and then it lists a few things. I was just wondering whether or not, because I noticed there wasn't actually any explicit mention of improving freshwater quality or improving environmental outcomes, and I was just wondering if that was deliberate to, based on the diversity of views around the table, or whether that was just a sort of language oversight.
I think that we had kind of we did capture that in the objectives part of the submission. So I'm just wondering, like, I'm happy to add it into this one as well. But there's where is it? Perhaps paragraph 17 talks about the objective about maintaining and improving water quality. But yeah, happy to add it into this list if you think that's necessary.
So does 27.
Thanks.
Yeah, I didn't get the sense that it was obviously left out of the total document. It just stuck out that list potentially.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
Good that it is there. Anything else, Councillor Weir? No. Councillor Laws?
Actually, it's paragraph 27 I want to discuss. I understand what you're trying to say, which is that if you can improve the water, let's go. But don't we also need national bottom lines as well? In other words, this is the least acceptable. At the moment, we seem to be running through that particular section of 25 to 27, the idea that it shouldn't stop catchment groups in particular improving water on an incremental or a basis. But I would still add that we surely need bottom lines to make sure that once that you reach this line, it is unacceptable and you must do something straight away. So they're not contradictory, are they? It seems to be the way that we've put them, is that you say, well, if you go down bottom lines way, this won't happen. I would say that national bottom lines is a pretty good start, in actual fact, if you want to clean up water.
Yeah, so the intent in paragraph 27 was just to say, try not to focus too much on bottom lines. Definitely still have them, but try not to kind of make them too up in lights. Otherwise, people will just kind of assume that that's all they need to do and, job done. So if you
Good luck on that, eh? Seriously. Because once there's the bottom line is there, I mean, what are you going to say? We'll bury it in the appendices somewhere and we won't let you get access to it. Is that what you're thinking? Because as soon as you put in a bottom line, that is going to have to be your literally your standard, isn't it?
Yeah, so I guess it's just a matter of how do we capture the point was raised, yeah.
Yeah, I
around,
understand it. I didn't want you to move away from having bottom lines, though. I think they'll be critical. And if places like Kaikoura Stream and things like that, it'll drive a regional council to actually do something.
So I think my recollection of that conversation, Michael, is that it's relaxing the number of bottom lines, because under the current NPS it was a significant suite of targets, and some of which were not even achievable for natural reasons, let alone. So the conversation we had around the table was they still need to be there because they are critical for directing action, but ensure that it is the right bottom lines that are set for a catchment or a region, and also ensure that, and that's to Fleur's point around 27, they don't become or they don't discourage a lot of the good work that's going on from groups who actually want to achieve far higher than that bottom line through their activities as a catchment group or an industry group or whatever that might look like. So the focus of the conversation, as I recall it, was largely around, can we be sensible about the bottom lines we set and make them relevant and meaningful for the context of the region, but still have them.
I guess the issue, Richard, is, and that's the only reason I've raised this issue, is because that would mean that you've got different standards throughout the region, depending upon the catchment and the ambitions and aspirations of such. Is that your intent?
That's the direction that the conversation that we had was, that things should be set sometimes at a catchment level because each catchment is different. And it makes sense to have a bottom line or targets that are suitable for that catchment rather than arbitrary targets that may not be relevant in certain situations. So that was the nature of the conversation that happened during the workshop discussions.
No, I understand that. But the problem is that you would then end up in some of those catchments with bottom lines that the regional council establishes that are much higher than the national standard. And at that point, you have inconsistency across the region, let alone across the country, don't you?
So just for clarity, at this point, what we don't know is if we'll be able to set things that are more stringent than the bottom line, that we don't have that level of detail in the policy direction. But that's what the current NPS does allow you to do, is to
that's right.
have that community level conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there would still be limit setting. I'm pretty certain that's what discussion was last week too, that they still wanted limit setting at a local scale as well, because obviously Wakatipu and the Kaikoura Stream would be quite different, and communities would want quite different things as well, for different reasons. Anyway, I think that captured the discussion that we did have. We've got people waiting patiently. We've got Councillor Malcolm ready to go, then Councillor Forbes.
Yeah, look, I was just reflecting on that workshop as well, and one of the points that we brought about, and if you go back to the current RMA where you have a piece of land or a body of water, the condition that it's in, part of the intent of the RMA then was to ensure that you weren't degrading it from that position, and if anything over time, if it was degraded, to improve it. So what we really don't want to see is a group possibly taking over a catchment and that has water that is already above a national bottom line and taking it down to that national bottom line. So that's the intent of, it's not, so that bottom line, I don't want to be driving people, we don't want to be driving people, giving them the opportunity to drive down to that bottom line. So that's my understanding of the intent of that.
Councillor Forbes.
Thank you. I think you've captured it correctly there. It's and thank you, Chair Robertson and Councillor Malcolm, because I agree with both of that. To have the same bottom lines applying to the headwaters of the Clutha as do at the Delta makes no sense.
Councillor Callagher.
Thank you. Bit of a technical one, but number 47. And it's just, I know we discussed this in depth at the workshops, provision of box culverts, modern design standards and temporary structures. And I'm just wondering whether I could suggest revising where we say providing for box culverts to also add providing for box culverts and circular culverts. And the reason I state that is because box culverts are quite specific. Yeah. They are basically a bridge with a floor. They're big, they're expensive, they are, it's taking one sector of all the options of culverts and honing in on one very specific point. Whereas fish passage and water flow and hydraulic delivery, which everything we're trying to encompass in this, is covered by all culverts, and box culverts hydraulically are not that great anyway.
Thank you.
You just keep adding a word, adding the.
Fleur, do you have something on that?
Oh, I was just going to say that the NES does already allow for the round culverts, but we can certainly kind of just make a note about that in the submission.
I was wondering about 44 and whether that captures what we were wanting, which is we're saying there that we believe the quality of wetlands is more important than the quantity that we're protecting. So we're saying, yeah, whereas we've got hardly any wetlands left, do we want to say that we're only gonna? Yeah, I'm not sure what we're trying to say there. I think we might be capturing something a little bit too strong on that point.
So that was that. Yeah, that was just a reminder, because I know what you're saying, Richard. That came out of that conversation we had when we were talking about that area of wetland to be protected, and then there was a conversation at that point in time to say sometimes it's suitable to protect an incredibly small wetland because of the value, and so staff have tried to walk a pretty fine line between the area specific protection versus the quality of the wetland piece. But if we think it can be articulated better, then obviously open to that. We'd talked around having a sensible scale particularly for mapping, but then there was conversation around the table that we don't then want to lose a number of the smaller, very valuable wetlands because they play an important part in the system.
Yeah, I think we probably mapping the larger area and by exception, allowing for by exception councils to bring in regulations for really valuable smaller ones as well is the point, rather than that we don't really care about the amount of wetlands we're protecting. We only want to protect the really high value ones. Yeah,
Yeah, could I suggest for that, it's probably captured already in the bottom of paragraph 43. So we could actually probably just lose paragraph 44 entirely if you're comfortable with that.
Thanks. Yeah. Any other questions on freshwater? Moving on to 4. Any there? It is going for housing growth. Councillor.
Thank you. And as I said before earlier, out of turn, out of time, as usual. I'm wondering about what this does, what the proposal does to district plans, and whether we give strong enough feedback to people who have been working on their district plans for some years. And in the Queensland Lakes District in particular, they do have some of these requirements already in place. Impact of what the government is suggesting on district plans is my question.
So I did make contact with my counterparts in Dunedin and Queenstown to try and get a sense of what they were thinking about for this submission. Because the time frame for this one is a bit longer, they are still working out exactly what they want to say in response. So I don't have a great I don't have a sense yet of what they're thinking about for the impacts of this might be on them. What we could do is actually, because of the time frame is different for this one, we could potentially wait and get that intel before you approve this submission, so that, and then it could go through the working group. If council did think that that was an important thing to include within our submission.
Yeah, I guess my question is, what is it that you are seeking that might change what is in it as currently drafted based on the conversations we've had?
Yeah, I'm not really sure that we are adequately covering the work that's been done in spatial plans and so on, and development plans that are going on. And we've got quite a broad scoped response here. And I wonder if it needs to be more in terms of considering where those councils are at, particularly QLDC, with their rapid growth and what impact this might have on their spatial planning and district planning, and how are we addressing it in our response. And maybe it is something we do later, I'm not sure.
I suspect the biggest impact on those things are the fact that no new plans can be notified. It's probably more of an impact than this submission in terms of this national direction package. But I guess it's in terms of how Fleur and Anita and the team take this forward, it's a question for the table. Do we remove package 4 from the resolutions today? Work to get an understanding, particularly with Dunedin and Queenstown, on where they're heading with their submission, and then work through our existing submissions working group process to finalise and submit to government? Or is there a level of comfort that, based on our role in this process, this adequately sort of reflects where we got to through the workshop conversation, and that it's enough to submit at this time? And again, I don't think staff would have a strong opinion either way. It's really if you want to give a bit more time, and what I would say is that would need to be delegated to the submissions working group, just in terms of time available to get it submitted, get it lodged.
I feel it probably needs that. Number 5, we've said we don't support the government's removing council's ability to impose boundaries and plans that limit urban growth. I think it needs a bit more exploration with those councils, but happy to go either way.
Councillor Noon.
Only trying to be helpful, but looking under paragraph 9, if you change the third word could into would, may emphasise our point a little bit.
That both means could, or did staff hear that one? Okay. Yep.
So that's
No.
so that was
That was a bit
package
quiet,
package 4, paragraph 9. Spatial planning would play an important role.
And then the question is whether the one on third line should also be would.
Yeah, I'm happy to make those changes. Yeah.
Right. Councillor Kelleher, then Councillor Wilson.
Well, I think possibly that is one example of the point I was trying to make before, around where spatial plans have been established, and they do create very specific areas for development and urban boundaries that may need to be revisited under new direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Just in paragraph 6, I was surprised while we talk about infrastructure in other paragraphs, we don't talk about infrastructure as being the very reason why people would restrict Greenfield in that particular paragraph, which I would like to see in there. But reflecting on if I may, for 5 seconds, on the local government conference and a panel discussion where there was someone, I think from Oakley design team. He made a comment that he was concerned about urban design and permissible rather than enabled development. The word permitted activities sounded like it was still bad. And then he went on to talk, and through his discussion, I just want to put in the suggestion here that we start talking about structure plans as an alternative pathway forward, potentially as farm assurance planning is. Because a good structure plan, as he was saying, where you take into account a whole lot of things, may not meet any of the rules or any of the base rules, but actually give a really good design. And there is no process in there at the moment. I appreciate that, but we should be giving some signals what could be looking good, and that would be well-designed structure plans that would cover a lot of stuff that wouldn't then need potentially to go through a whole lot of rural consents. Okay. Councillor Malcolm.
It's referring to Councillor Forbes on number 5. I think what it is, I was going to say vagueness of that. I would not want us to put a list of things in there. I think that the way that clause is written is that we're asking government to still allow council the ability and the discretion to put in various boundaries. So, and I'd hate to say specifically to where they are this, and that. I'd rather just leave that, and then as a council can see, well, clearly, if we put any more at the top of a Mount Hine or whatever it is, we want to restrict that. So if you start writing a list, all of a sudden you'll miss something out.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Your point is that we should take it back to the district councils and discuss it.
I think so. That's
Yeah.
what I'd like to see happen.
Just a wave forward, because we've got a additional motion from Councillor Wilson, and then we can look at, sorry, just let me get to the right, we can also look at a change to the recommendation around package 4 and how we progress that. So can I suggest, Chair, that once we get to the end of questions, we actually adjourn for lunch, and it just enable me to work with Anita and Fleur and probably Kate, just to tighten up the wording around that additional one. And then when we come back from the break, we can look at getting something moved.
Perfect. Yep. Councillor Laws.
Well, it's just what I was going to ask, actually. I was wondering if we could withdraw feedback on package 4 going for housing growth completely. Listen, at the end of the day, the Otago Regional Council is unlikely to play a pivotal role in policy development on this issue. So, and I was interested in particularly paragraph 5, how much discussion we've had with TAs to come to that conclusion. The removal of land use classified land number 3 from some of the protections seems a good idea to me, in the sense that it will free up land and it should drive down land prices, and it should make for more affordable housing. So there's arguments on the other side of that. The same restrictions, though, are still going to apply to land uses 1 and 2. And the government's already announced that special agricultural areas and key food growing areas will be protected. I just wonder if we're jumping the fence here into something that we don't have sufficient information about to be able to make a defined view on. And that's why I was wondering if we shouldn't remove the whole package altogether and leave it to the TAs and to the government to sort out.
Thanks, Councillor Laws. I guess my comment would be on that when I read out before what Chris Bishop thought regional council's jobs, where he said spatial planning, because we do actually work with TA partners on that and have a current statutory role in that. So we do actually know quite a bit in that space. But I think, yeah, I mean, we can vote on whether or not we agree on if Councillor Forbes wants to put forward a motion, whether we feel that that's right. If anyone else wants to put forward a motion, they can as well, of course. Is there any more questions, though? We've had a good run here. Nope. Okay. Well, at this point, then we will adjourn and we'll come back with some drafted up motions. So I can move that we adjourn. Somebody want to second that? Councillor Kelleher would love to. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Sorry for those online. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. think- oh. Sorry, we're back on. I'm frozen on screen, but we are here. So great to see everyone. Hopefully we've got some motions now all ready to go. Kylie, we might ask you to share those additional ones. We have obviously some already in our report as well. Yeah, if you'd like to explain, that's great.
So where we have got to after that discussion is packages 1, 2, and 3. We're approving. There's been some notes made through those discussions of some edits that were consistent with the discussions we'd had through the workshop, and that staff can pick up and can be modified under recommendation 3. And then we've changed for package 4 that staff are to engage with the territorial authorities and finalise the submission through the existing submissions working group process, and then delegate the chair to provide final sign-off. So that's effectively our current process for submissions using that working group. Just noting there that doesn't mean we have to make a submission. The submissions working group may decide that actually, based on information we've got from the territorial authorities and our own, that it's more appropriate not to. And we would just report back to council that that's the decision that's been made. And then 6 and 7 are as they were in the paper, 4 and 5. So that's where we'd landed after that conversation.
So that's great. That clarifies it really well. Councillor Malcolm.
Question on that, number 6. Delegates authority to sign off on behalf of council by the ORC staff submissions. So this is our submission that we're doing, or you're doing a separate one?
No, so in the workshop, you recall that staff submit on the very technical matters that are asked of in terms of process. There's nothing in there that is inconsistent with a policy decision that governance makes, and we will make sure that you also get a copy of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Whether we can take all of these together. Probably can. Yeah. No, but I'm looking at Kate, right? Okay, we have a mover, Councillor Wilson, for all of these, and Councillor Forbes is willing to second. Do I like to speak to them?
Oh, look, thank you. I welcome the staff input into this. It's been fantastic to see you, the collaboration that we've done, and the 2 work shops that we did on this, and how those thoughts have been reflected in the submission. So thank you to the staff for that. I am happy to move just these. I had been contemplating an alternative motion. I think the government have given some things some clear indications, but it is frustrating to be out in the community groups where farm plans and catchment groups and their role and purpose in the RMA reforms is yet to be clarified, and it's causing some disengagement from the whole process, which I think is unfortunate. But this isn't perhaps the time to do that, and maybe we need to think about how we champion those causes in a different way at a later date. So that's why just these submissions. Yeah, and the only thing that I would add is if there were time and energy by the staff is to add examples or exemplars in some of the paragraphs that are given, to give really strong examples of where these are issues like water storage and the many-headed care and things like that. The more real these submissions are, the better and easier they are to understand. But great work, and thank you very much.
Councillor Forbes, do you want to speak now?
No, I think that's all good. I think it's self-explanatory, and just thank you to staff.
Councillor Mepham, then some of it.
Yeah, look, I think this the workshops are always useful, and I think the process was well run. Obviously, I have a concern. Hopefully, this submission will inform the new directions that are being worked out. But I definitely have concerns for our environmental management
and the future of our freshwater quality. I'm pretty happy with the comments that have been made in the submission in regards to the need for cross-party agreement, because, you know, with the political cycles toing and froing, doesn't create any kind of certainty. So no, that's all. Thanks.
So Somerville.
Yes, I share those concerns that Councillor Meffam has raised, but thank you to the staff for pulling that together from the workshops. I think it's very appropriate we are talking to the territorial authorities about the housing growth package, partly because that's part of our good relationship building with them, but also the insights that they may bring can help us to put a better submission together. And as Councillor Meffam has said too, finding some enduring, consistent and stable solution to all this, so there aren't all these changes, is very, very important. Thanks.
Anybody else? I just wanted to say as well, if anyone else wants to speak, they still can. Thank you to everyone that participated in the development of these. I think it's a really strong indication of what the value of councils, of bringing diverse views to the table, of bringing the experience that we have within each of our individual communities. We bring different points of view, we listen to each other, just as we have again today. And generally, we do come up with solutions that we all agree with. Sometimes we don't though, and that's fine as well. Communities are differing, but yeah, I don't know. There's a real importance of local voices and local communities, and I hope that that can come through, as well as the direct points that our submissions make, a broader point on the value that we can provide, and also the constructiveness that our council is showing as we look towards the future, and doing things differently, doing things better, and in partnership with central government and with mana whenua and with our communities through local government, which is actually a really, really important part of our communities. So hopefully these are really helpful and constructive submissions, and particularly with some of the experience that our council has implementing previous policies. I hope they're really, really useful. They look it to me, and well done to staff on bringing together some hours and hours of work that we've put into this so well. It's really good. You've done a great job. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, we're going to put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Well done. So I'm going to hand to you. You're welcome to introduce this paper. We've read it.
Perfect. So just at the start, I think most of you know Ian Taufa, but I just wanted to introduce him as our new Manager Partnerships and Engagement. Ian is now leading the team focused on our iwi partnerships and also strategic stakeholder engagement and our broader engagement approach. So we're really excited to have him on board. For today's paper, Sarah is going to introduce the paper, so I'll hand over to Sarah.
Can you hear me? I'm coming through okay?
Yep, you are. Thanks, Sarah.
Tēnei te mihi kia koutou katoa. He mihi mai o ha I tēnei rā. Kia ora, everybody. Firstly, I want to apologise for not being there in person. Unfortunately, logistics and transport just didn't align for me today, but I really just want to mihi to Amanda and for Ian for being there in my place. So thank you for that. And also wanted to thank the council for the opportunity to present this paper. As it's already been circulated, I'll just give a brief overview, the highlights and the key points, and then open up the floor for questions. So the Charter of Understanding was signed back in 1997 by the 4 Mirihiku Runaka and 4 Southland councils. In 2016, Queenstown Lakes District, Clutha District and Otago Regional Council became signatories, reflecting the fact that the takiwā that the Runaka actually extend beyond Southland and into some shared interest in Otago. This latest refresh of this document really just builds on the earlier versions with a focus on really improving the readability, the clarity, and presenting the Charter in a more concise format. It's important to note that the Charter remains a non-binding agreement. However, it clearly expresses a shared intent and provides a strong foundation for ongoing collaboration. The document has been reviewed and we've reviewed it, and we don't anticipate any risks from proceeding with signing. We're also reminded it's quite a flexible document and can be amended, expanded with the agreements of the signatories. The refreshed Charter aligns quite wholeheartedly with ORC's strategic priorities of partnership. And it also it's supported by the He Mahi Raureka, the Māori participation policy. So that being said, we now seek Council's approval to proceed with signing the Charter and open up for questions, unless Ian or Amanda have anything else to add.
No, I think you've covered it off well, Sarah. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Sarah. I guess another key point is paragraph 17, where the Charter does not include a commitment to provide funding. That's not its purpose. Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, just an initial question would be that this is a governance document, and have I missed, or at what stage did we discuss this at Mana to Mana?
So Mana to Mana is an Otago-led group that Mirihiku participate in, but this is the Mirihiku-led group, which is why it hasn't come to Mana for discussion, because the Otago mana whenua Runaka are not parties to this one.
So we don't have the opportunity to discuss it with the Mirihiku representatives on Mana to Mana then before we sign this document?
Yeah, that hasn't been arranged, but if that was something that the council was interested in, we could facilitate that.
Thank you.
Wilson.
Thank you. Can I just understand, what is our relationship then with the Otago mana whenua, and do they have a separate agreement?
So there's a variety of different agreements with Otago Runaka. So the mana to mana terms of reference underpin the sort of the day-to-day engagement at a governance level, but there's also agreements I think it's a 2003 charter that was then revised in 2009, which sort of underpins that framework. And we've also got operational agreements as well.
Okay. Sorry, and I can't actually remember ever saying this before, and I've been a councillor now almost 6 years. What date was the original one that we're comparing this to?
2016 was the last version that was refreshed, so you wouldn't have seen it. I don't think any of us were around at that point.
Okay, and the only other question I have is, we're having a huge amount of reform upon us, and whether this is fit for purpose given where we're at, and whether the timeliness or otherwise, because it would seem to me that until we have an idea of what our what that framework for RMA reform and the participation thereof and how that would work, it's almost, if there isn't an urgency, it's well over 5 years for a review, whether it's better to wait to understand the new structures or not.
So, The partnership has been going a long time. In Southland, it's been going for more than almost 30 years. So this is really just a tweaking of the existing relationship and charters that have been in place that we joined late, to the party in 2016. So it doesn't really, although it is built on the relationship for things like resource management, it's not really, it's more foundational than that. And it's more, what's our intention in terms of how we're going to work together? And we're going to work together through, no matter what happens with RMM reform, we're going to have some aspect of our relationship with mana whenua down there because they have such strong interests in Central Otago and in Queenstown. So I think having thought about this in lots of different directions and tested it, our view is that it's good to have our intentions clear with mana whenua so that we have a strong basis for going into whatever is coming at us. If that makes sense.
It does make sense.
It's not operational enough in a sense to be affected by that RMM, but it will be an important foundation for.
Okay. Thank you. I've just mentioned that they are very, very embedded also in the Catlins area and have been absolutely pivotal in their participation in the catchment action plans. But it is understanding that there'll be other opportunities and that it possibly will need amendment relatively soon if we did do it now. But
yes, it could.
And
no doubt, as the new system takes shape, we'll have to be willing to move with that direction. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Mefam, then Councillor Laws.
In the executive summary, in paragraph 3, it refers to no change in the ORC's funding commitments. What is it at the moment? Do we know what that is?
Sure. So our funding commitments with to Taumarama, which is the Okaha equivalent down in Murihuku, we have $50,000 of partnership funding and we have $140,000 worth of work plan funding for year 2.
So it's separate to the charter though, isn't it? It's outlined in paragraph 17, as I mentioned before.
Correct. So that's our existing operationalised through an operational agreement. That's not contained in the new charter.
Councillor Laws.
A couple of issues. I'm going to the document that's currently before us, though. Is this a new document? I haven't seen it before as a councillor, but is this a document that has been drafted and is to all intents and purposes the first time that's come to this table?
No, it's not a new document. So it is based on, it's a revision of the 2016 charter that would have come to this table for signing, but it obviously a different council.
Okay, or maybe it was signed before I got elected. So it was 2016. So I don't know the differences you've made to this charter from the one in 2016.
Yes, that's a good question. We can run you through at a really high level and we can actually circulate. Environment Southland have recently created a document that just does highlight the changes, which we could also share via email for councillors' background. But the key changes include, in general, there's greater use of te reo, duplication's been removed and material reordered for improved flow. The legislative references have been updated. In the purpose statement, the purpose statement is the same, but it's been expanded to reference enduring, authentic and mana enhancing relationships. The signatories are the same. The governance is the same, so the existing Te Raupu tile structure is retained. So from an Otago Regional Council perspective, the chair and deputy chair are the appointed representatives to the Murihuku Te Raupu tile grouping. So they attend meetings on behalf of ORC. Operationally, there's been a role added for a group of senior staff as a support body to the group. References to Matawaka have been removed as there's other engagement mechanisms used down south to pursue those relationships. With the Titiriti or Waitangi section, the 2016 version referred to the principles. This version refers to the articles, just to be really clear on that. And the legislative context has been expanded to include the broader range of legislation and more recent legislation, such as the Fast Track Approvals Act. Funding has been the same funding breakdown, but specific figures not included. And the review of every 5 years is the same. So it's very minor tweaks, really, for formatting, for readability, for being clear about what it's designed to do. There's no sort of substantive changes.
So if I took you then to section 4.32 of the document, under the heading Hearings, and which reads, the signatory councils will ensure the following are provided for in RMA consent and plan hearings, and then there is A to F listed below. Are you saying that I would find that in the 2016 document as well?
Just double check that, but that is my understanding. Yes, correct. They are in the 2016 version.
Yeah. So all the signatory councils then are currently practice and have since 2016 when going through an RMA consent and plan hearing, all of those subsections A to F, is that right? Including the recognition and provision for tikanga Māori and te reo Māori where appropriate, culturally appropriate practices and procedures are identified and followed. So those things haven't changed. They happen currently.
I'm just going to ask Joe Gilroy to come and speak answer that question in terms of current practice.
Sorry, just getting the microphone right. So yes, in terms of RMA consenting, those in that agreement, they are put forward and can be taken up if needed, but we do find that they aren't often used in consent hearings. They are there, but it depends on the applicant and also the submitters in terms of whether or not those are all put in place.
Yes, because what it seems to read here is that for all RMA hearings, but you're saying that those are only those ones that are relevant to mana whenua. Is that what you're saying in practice?
Yes, yep. So we take, whilst that document is fully recognised, when we are setting up RMA hearings, we always speak to those parties involved in it to make sure that that environment is safe for everybody, and that is just from submitters turning up and feeling comfortable and confident speaking through to the hearing commissioners and the panel as well, to just make sure that that is a space that everyone is able to speak in.
And then that takes me to level 4.4, which is capacity building. Now, what I understand to be capacity building is that you're giving money to these people for no good reason. That's just my understanding. Because isn't Ngāi Tahu one of the most well-off iwi in the country with assets that are measured in billions? Why do we need to give money to a hapu of Ngāi Tahu when they are an extraordinarily wealthy organisation with incredible capacity? In fact, they're one of the most successful commercial enterprises in the South Island.
The capacity building is not about financial, Michael, and I think while I understand the question, the underlying intent of the document is that it doesn't create any financial commitments, because that is a different process for council. It is about giving or underpinning the partnership that's been committed to through the strategic directions, and this is a process for us to improve the document that has obviously existed for some time, certainly pre my time and pre everyone else or most other people, as we've established. But it doesn't create an expectation or certainly commit us to any financial funding, but it does commit us to engaging with and considering ways in which we might support our partners in Murihiku.
So I understood that we were paying some money to make this partnership work. I thought
we've
was an
talked about
allocation of
paragraph
funding to that end.
17 twice already, which says that, well, yeah, we might as well read it out because We keep coming back to it. The charter does not include a commitment to provide funding, as is the case with the previous charter. An independent consultant has been commissioned to undertake a review of existing funding arrangements separate to the process to review the charter, so it's separate. The funding model review is expected to be completed in time for the 2027 LTP. Existing funding is a separate operational protocol between councils and Te O Marama. This is a different entity even, and will continue until the review is completed. Thanks.
Okay, so when it comes to section 4.6, Madam Chair, which is headline funding, and says the signatory councils provide annual support funding to TAMI, T-A-M-I. The funding assists the councils to meet their obligations to work alongside Māori and for Māori to build capacity to respond to the requirements of the signatory councils. That was deemed to contradict what you've just said.
Amanda?
It's a statement of the current funding, but the agreement to provide that funding is through a separate operational protocol. So the previous 2016 charter included the funding commitment.
Yes, but this says that we're signing an agreement that will give funding. That's why there's a section there, section 4.6.
Well, no, the funding's operationalised through a separate agreement. This is just I guess, outlining that there is that funding for this financial year.
You've just told me there's no funding involved.
No. We were saying that the revised charter does not include a new commitment to funding.
Okay, but there's still a commitment to funding.
Yep. We've got the answer to that one. Yep, we could obviously do actions if we want. Thanks.
No, but it says that it is. You're going to provide. That's what it says in this agreement, 4.6. Again, we go back to it's the English language. There's the sentence. The signatory councils provide annual support funding.
Provide annual support funding to Te Marama. Yes, but 4.63 talks about a review of the funding model is in progress, and any revised funding would come back through that review process. So all 4.61 is saying is, yes, we have provided funding and we do provide funding. 4.62 outlines the current funding commitment. It's operationalised through a separate protocol, and 4.63 talks about there will be a review. So what we're saying is there's no additional commitment or refreshed commitment or renewed commitment to funding through signing this charter.
So I'm presuming then that when you talked about the 50K and then the 140K year 2 work plan, which goes to Te Ao Marama, that isn't included, or it is included in this funding? That is that funding. Yeah, okay. So what are you spending the money on 140K on in year 2 of the work plan?
It's we're working with Te Ao Marama at the moment to confirm what that work program looks like for year 2. Obviously, there'll be some pivots with changes in government policy and what that looks like. But for example, last year the Catlins Catchment Action Plan that Councillor Wilson's mentioned was a core part of that work program. There's a whole lot of things across the business that they contribute to.
So the 18% that's mentioned here in 4.52, which is our contribution, the annual contribution of the signatory councils, is our 18%, then would it be wrong to interpret that as the 50 plus 140? Or is that separate again?
It's just the 50.
Just the 50. So if we're putting in 50 and that's 18%, then the other 82%, which is presumably times 0.8250, is contributed by the other councils. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Good one. Councillor Noone.
Thanks, Madam Chair. On 4.4.3 under E, it's got participation in hearing panel deliberations. Probably just, I don't know, being particular here, but generally in the hearing panel processes or consent hearing processes, deliberations are usually the last step when you make a decision. I just wondered whether the wording would be better, membership of consent hearing panels. It probably just better describes And I'm not really renowned for my English, but anyway, I had a funding question, but it relates, and I understand we're not dealing with funding under 4.6.2, but could you share with us when they decided in 2015 and 16, the percentage of total, was that based on overall rate take, or there was some mechanism that triggered the split that we have 18%, we pay 18%, et cetera, et cetera? Have you got any idea what the mechanism or formula was used to get to that 18%?
Sorry, no, I don't have that information. The funding review that is planned, I'm sure will revisit why that allocation was decided upon and what that means looking forward.
Malcolm, then Callagher.
2.7.9. And this is parties acknowledge that further reform of the RMA system is underway, and when that's confirmed, we will sort it out in the next review. The issue I have with this and not having this document either in a workshop or an opportunity to discuss it directly with Te Mara representatives is that if the next review is in another 8 or 9 years' time, we're locking into positions that may be completely untenable in law. So how is that going to be reflected? I mean, that there's a intent that it will be reviewed. How can we be assured that we're not going to be put in a compromised position? And also, why is the rush at the moment to actually do this review when we are well aware of government's intentions to do so many other reviews in this space? So I'm just, look, to be honest, I'm really struggling with the timing of this, really.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So I think if, based on where we get to with reform, if that significantly undermined the foundations of this document, we would, as a party to the document, we would be able to request that it be looked at. I mean, obviously we can't have agreements that are inconsistent with legislation. I think the other thing to note here is that this review has been led by our Murihuku, Mana Whenua and Murihuku Southland Council colleagues. As Otago Regional Council, we are, we have been guided by them and participated alongside them, and so they have led the timing of that. So that's not something that we've necessarily had a whole lot of control over. So I take your point, but I think we can be we can refresh this and revise this once we know what's happening in the reform space.
So, and with sorry, just to follow up on that. So, without having the opportunity to discuss this with the part that I really would like to understand is on page 71, which says opportunities to resent, but this is around our workings together, and opportunities for representations include, but are not limited to. And if you read through those, and I particularly go down to D, which I've never ever discussed with anyone from down that neck of the woods, is seats on council standing committees. So, I mean, that's what is their appetite at the moment? Have we got that? Have we canvassed that with our council? Have we canvassed that with what their appetite is? Where are we heading with that? And at the moment, I'm actually not adhering to that part of that agreement. So, and I don't think we have since it was reviewed in 2016.
Actually have, but yep.
Yes, I guess that's looking at options for representation. I understand a couple of the councils in Southland have got iwi representatives on them, so that is a mechanism being used down south already. And I guess in Otago we have also got iwi representatives on a couple of our committees that get discussed by the new council. So you as the new council post-elections will get that ability to relook at that from an Otago perspective, and that was discussed through Mana to Mana at the start of the last traineum.
But that's with Otago. It's not with Te Marama.
This council has had Michael Skerritt as a member of committees previously.
Yeah.
And yeah, Evelyn's been involved in the Land and Water governance group, but that's not a committee. But yeah, we have had Murihiku representatives on this council, and my understanding is that we do discuss it, and that agreement between Kaitahu, Otako, other Runaka up this way and down south as to who is involved on our committees. So to say that we haven't had that wouldn't be correct, I don't think.
Right, so I'll respond to that in that we have not workshopped this, so I have no recollection of being party to any of those conversations, and so therefore I've not set a position on any of that. So you may have a recollection that you've discussed it and you've named people that have been, and I don't know if they have been on a standing committee of some time in the past, but what I'm saying at the moment, I have not had a workshop, I have not had a discussion that I can recall on that, not only just that part of the agreement, but in fact that whole representation set up.
So for clarity, this council determines whether or not it wants to invite mana whenua representatives to sit on committees, and during this term obviously there were three, two on what was science and policy and one on regional leadership. They've changed now, but that was the conversation at the time. Those invitations are extended to mana whenua who amongst themselves discuss appropriate representation, sometimes Murihiku, sometimes Kaitahu ki Otago. So that is the level that we don't get involved in conversations at a Runaka to council level about who it's going to be. The invitation's extended and those discussions happen at a mana whenua level, and then those recommendations come back to us to add as committee members to the terms of reference. So that process that's how that process ran 3 years ago. The purpose of this document is to give some meaning and foundation to the partnership that the council has committed to. It has a whole range of things that we do on a week-to-week, meeting-to-meeting, triennium-to-triennium basis through the conversations that we have, and that is what's reflected here. If the view of the table is that it is not an appropriate time to sign this, then we as staff will go back to Murihiku and advise that that is the case and that it will be brought, or it may be brought back to the council in the new triennium.
Councillor Malcolm, then we've got a list of others.
Yeah, look, all I'd want to say there is if that is the case and that mana to mana dictate or make the final decision of what representation is required by iwi with us, I have no problem with that at all. But what I have a problem with is this document here is specific to Te Marama. It is not, perhaps we need an extra clause in there to say that this representation will be decided by the mana to mana process. And that's the part that's not in there, because if Southland has a Barney with our locals and want to uphold this contract, there we have just offered them seats on our council standing committees. It may never happen, but I'm looking at this document as what's presented to me that I've never ever workshopped, but that stands out clearly to me as something that is fraught, really.
Thanks. Councillor Kelleher, you were next.
Thank you. Section 4.2.5 under engagement. And it starts with to facilitate consultation, the signatory councils will, and then there's a list from A to D and another then subsequent items, and we've discussed hearings below that, which are sort of one-off and irregular items. But then what this covers is the far more day-to-day, which I think impacts nearly every resource consent, in that the engagement and involvement of TAMI in resource consents it's quite loose, the procedural and what they have to deliver by. And if I look at 4.2.8, for their part, when participating in consultation, Marafina will endeavour to, and then it covers off timely manner and that. But one of the most raised points with me around resource consent processes is iwi engagement that consent applicants are required to do, and the time delays. And then when they come back to consent staff and say, I can't get an answer, I'm waiting for an answer, or they're delayed, staff say, well, it's out of our hands, and you'll have to either wait or keep persevering. And whether that is still the case in very recent times, I'm not too sure, but it is regularly raised. So in signing this, if we were to sign this, is there any way we can strengthen that wording so we take out the will endeavour to, and lock down some more sort of rigid timeframes that match the consent requirements, the statutory requirements that council functions under?
I'm going to look at Joe, but I guess this is a governance level arrangement, so we wouldn't put operational detail around. In my mind, we wouldn't put operational detail around consent timeframes in this, because this isn't the purpose of the document. But I think with that commitment in here, that could be a good point of engagement. If you are hearing from constituents who are concerned, we could talk about, we've got this governance arrangement in place, and what are the, there is a commitment in there to timely responses, and use it as a point of engagement rather than a operational detailed consent timeframes commitment.
Just to follow that though, but it does go to that level of sort of specificity in here around, it hones in on what what's available to TAMI and how they will enact it. I think it's quite clear in here that they are, council is required to, because that opening statement was signatory councils will provide that. So then, but it's very loose around the requirements for themselves. And so it is a real
observation, rather than a question.
Well, I mean, the question is that, or the question was that I don't think was really answered was, well, can we tighten up those very clear points there, rather than will endeavour to take out the endeavour part? Because,
and I guess if the table gives us direction to go back and make that change, we will follow that direction and take that proposal back to the group.
and because it's a document to be signed by a multiple number of councils, so then all councils have the ability to make these suggestional changes to then also everyone will be negotiating separately.
Well, we would follow the direction that you as governors are giving us. Environment Southland agreed to sign it just a couple of hours ago. So that they are the first council to take it to their council. We have proposed in the resolutions that the chair be given the delegation to look at the sort of the final minor editorial things. So I guess if you were comfortable, sorry, beg your pardon, Kate, the CE and the chair. So if you were comfortable with providing that suggestion, we could take it back, and depending on where those discussions got to, the chair and CE could have the final say. But we'd leave it to the table to direct us on that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor, Councillor Laws, you did have your hand up before, but I think you have taken that down, so that's okay.
Oh, no, I just had the one question, that's all. Is that all right?
Sorry, yes, I didn't have my mic on. You're welcome to, yep.
Sorry, thank you. And that is, I was just going to ask, is there the opportunity, because we haven't discussed this, and there's a lot of stuff in this. We haven't looked at it since 2016. We're being asked to make a decision today. Is the opportunity for us to consider this further through workshop or process? There is an awful lot of detail in here. And I think it's unfair for us to make a decision today. Do we have that opportunity?
We've put the paper up for consideration today. That's an opportunity that's available to you if the council decides that's the best way forward. But the paper as it stands in terms of the discussions and the intent is here to be voted on, but we'll take whatever motion comes back, Michael.
Okay, can I just give you an example, Richard, of what I mean? There's been a recent court case that, for example, says that local government is not a treaty partner. Now, it's something I've, as you know, banged on about around this council table for a very long time. But you'll probably be aware of the court case in the High Court that has definitively legally determined that local government is not a treaty partner. And yet, if I look at section 4.25, I'm expected to acknowledge that. Now, I think the whole table should have access to that court judgment, which has only come out in the last month or so. It's just those sorts of things that there are a lot of fishhooks in this that I think would benefit from further discussion and even consultation.
Through the chair, Councillor Laws, I'm happy to talk to that point. So that that judgment was considered, and so if you look at 2.62, excuse me, which talks about the Te Tiriti or Waitangi, this specifically says, however, the parties further recognise that council's exercise of kawanatanga is limited by statute. So there was that recognition that the obligations don't flow directly, legally, directly to councils, that they do come through statute.
Yeah, but I'll look at that again, 4.25a. You're suggesting here that Mana Whenua and Māori have status as treaty partner. Mana Whenua don't have status as treaty partner. They have status given to them through legislation. But Māori have status as a treaty partner. And this particular operation only relates to those Māori who are of Ngāi Tahu descent, residents in Southland. It does not, in actual fact, relate to Māori who are of non-Ngāi Tahu status, resident in Southland. And those are the sorts of issues that I think that we need to talk about further before we sign up to something that is so definitive and will bind us for the next 5 years.
That we have got heaps of papers to get through today. This is obviously really important. I've got Councillor Wilson, McCall and Mefam as well, and I will come to them. We've had a suggestion that we could, this is here today to vote on, so we can do that. We can then decide whether we do it now or we don't, I suppose. So the option is there. We can also see that the intent was a ceremony in early August, which is really soon, and that this has been circulated to all other parties to the charter, and we've heard that Environment Southland voted on it today. Don't know where the other councils are. Do we know that? No. Yeah. Not sure. Yep. Okay, Councillor Wilson.
I'm sharing the frustration that I didn't know this was coming. It wasn't, I think, on any work plan, and yet I see that there was a meeting on the 13th of June of this group that meet along with the Mayoral Forum. There was a link to a website on the reports that we got on the 25th of June to the meeting, absolutely no data about it. And I suppose what's really sad, and I am getting the question, is that we're talking about a partnership without really understanding what is at risk if we don't do this, or what work streams may not happen, and good work out there in the community, because we actually weren't given forward notice, which is not Tami's issue, Te Ao Marama. It's not, and we're talking about a whole lot of problems because no one brought it to this table really that this was happening, which is unfortunate. My question is, in that context, if this isn't signed, I presume that we can carry on with the work streams that are, because this is only, this doesn't have to be signed to carry on with that good work, and there is some good work that is happening in that space. Am I correct in that?
So the 2015 charter continues to exist. So we're still a party to the 2016 charter. That charter still exists. We're still a party to that. And in my understanding is until this new document signed by everyone, that other one will continue to exist. So we're still operating under a charter with Murihuku mana whenua. So that work will continue.
Okay. So what are the benefits of doing this apart from the 7th of August being a nice way of signing it on again?
I guess being a work program led by our Murihuku mana whenua and our Southland Council colleagues, there's being part of remaining part of that group and working alongside that work program. It presents a refreshed document, but like I say, the earlier one still continues to exist. So,
and the only other thing, and I think I raised at the last council meeting, the Otago Mayoral Forum, and the poor transparency of what is happening at that forum or the other part of that which this document is discussed at, and the feedback that we get around this table of what is happening there. Will that is that in the work stream to be improved so that we can see what the mayoral forum agendas are and what is being discussed at those groups so that we actually understand that process, and then we would have had some transparency if that were the case that this was happening?
Yes, we can take that forward if that is in action. We're going to bring a paper on the Mayoral Forum and the way it's operated late end of the traineum, so that will provide some visibility. And if that was something, yeah, we can work on that.
Because if that had happened, we would have been in position to ask all of these questions now, I suppose, and now we're sort of being foisted upon us without having that chance for that discussion, which is unfortunate because I think it's taking away from what has been an effective.
Yep. Questions. Sorry, I just need to move on and stick to questions. Thanks, Councillor Mifam. Oh, sorry, it was McCall, but we'll go Mifam then McCall.
When I looked through this, having read the papers, I saw that the thing that gave me comfort here was in paragraph 5, that there was no material risk involved. So what was the process in determining what was material risk and what wasn't? I took the confidence that that's been covered, and for me this is just then a policy review and renewal. But just in terms of material risks, what was the process?
Oh, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, we looked at this request to re-sign through a lens of a few things. One, no material changes to what we were committing to. So mainly the changes have been restructuring and clarification and rewording, but effectively the content is the same as we were already a party to. Secondly, that there's no legal binding responsibilities here. So we're not being forced to do anything. It's a statement of intention. And thirdly, that the funding agreement is separate and continues. So it was a 3-year funding commitment which carried this. So from our point of view, and this is probably why we there hasn't been a whole process of workshops and everything else, is because we took the view that it was a minor refresh of an existing commitment, rightly or wrongly.
Okay, well, I'm convinced and prepared to support this.
Right, we got Councillor McCall and then Councillor Weir. Yep.
Thanks. I've pretty much got my question just answered just right then. But so basically, what I've got, do you see this as a continuation of the existing relationship with existing terms, with just some refinement on the wording and clarification? Do you see if we were to not support this, that it would give us relationship damage with the other parties to the agreement if we just sit on it? And I'm not talking, there's several other parties.
Yeah, I don't think it's really for us to comment on whether there'd be relationship damage. I think that's for you guys to decide. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair enough. I'm pretty, at the end of the day, it's really a confirmation of that we are do you see this as a confirmation that we value the partnership that we're currently in with Te Rūpō Taiao?
I think that's probably another value judgment thing that you can talk about in debate. Thanks. Yep, no, that's all good. Councillor Weir, did you have one?
I was just going to move, but I'll leave it up to you if we're ready for that.
to move. Yep, you haven't required me to put the motion. You can do that if you want. You can require me to. Oh, sorry, you just want to move it. Sorry. Yeah. Right. So, okay, you'd like to move. So, what are you moving as it stands? Yep. Anyone want to second that? Councillor Forbes does. Yep. Right. So, Councillor Callagher, you had one small matter you wanted to resolve. Yep.
Sorry, it's a point of clarification. We're at this point. This document has been presented with a signatory page for all parties to sign. I think I interpreted what was explained, that we can make changes. But does that then mean there would be, if we make changes, it's already been signed by one council, would there be multiple versions of this document with? Because the wording of the motion, of the two motions, really are, here is a document for you to discuss but approve as per it is written. I didn't read that there was the ability to make changes, because I don't see how we can have changes if we've already got a sign off from one council. Then how do?
Yep. The question is, can we make changes, and how would we do that?
If you directed us to take changes back to the group, we would take those changes back to the group, but I can't guarantee that the group would agree to those changes. But we will follow your wishes. I mean, yeah. Yeah, there'll only be one there will only be one final version, and we either sign it or we don't sign it. But we, if you direct us, we can take back to that group. Our council wanted to consider some changes. The others can work that through their councils, and either it be a yes or no. We've done that in the past with other agreements that we've brought to council for signature. We'll follow your wishes.
Point of clarification.
Point of clarification, yep.
Point of clarification. Has Southland signed this document as is?
My understanding is that they have Environment Southland today had it before their council, and their council approved it as it currently is. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a mover and a seconder. Does the mover want to speak to the motion?
Very briefly to keep things moving. There's a refresh, as it's been described, of a long-standing agreement document that the content of which is largely the same from the existing document. It seems that there's some minor improvements there, so just keen for us to carry it forward. I don't think we need to make a big deal about it. Kia ora.
Thank you. Seconder, do you want to speak now?
Oh, I just think that we need to get on with this. It's merely tweaking where we already are, and it updates it, and I think we should just do it.
The speakers, Councillor Callagher.
Thank you. Yep. Sorry, I can't support this. I think we haven't had the ability, I guess maybe other councils did, we haven't, to have the workshopping earlier to raise all the issues and concerns with the document as it is, and then reach a collective that everybody shared across the council. So you get one document everybody signs. I think we're in a state of unknown as to what government is going to change. And it has been identified across the country that the level of involvement detailed in this document is creating some hamstringing or delaying issues and costs issues to people engaging under the consent processes and other processes that council undertakes. So on that basis, I think we should be waiting for central government's directions. No, I can't support. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Callagher. Anybody else? Oh, Councillor Laws, you're next.
Yes, the basic principle of good governance is that you assess staff advice and determine whether or not it's valid. And in this particular case, I can't see any documentation that allows me to see whether it is true that the differences between the 2016 document and the one proposed in 2025 are substantial or cosmetic. And frankly, I would have thought that I'd have that capacity to be able to assess that for myself, but it is denied to me today. So I find it, and frankly, I disbelieve that the differences will be cosmetic, given the passage of time that has occurred since 2016 to 2025, and the fact that this council unilaterally entered a partnership agreement without public consultation earlier in its term. It's also been presented to me today as something of a fait accompli. So we're already told that there is a signing ceremony or something of such that's going to happen next month. And we are pressured on the basis that Environment Southland apparently have already signed it, so what's the problem? Well, there are plenty of problems. And those problems exist clause by clause as to what is the operational outcome, if you like, of each of these clauses. How will they translate into positive action or negative action, depending upon how they are interpreted? Certainly, it is clear to me that this gives a power and authority to an unelected group to have a significant say and sway upon decision-making with the Otago Regional Council. And the scope of that, we don't know, because we haven't had the ability to look at some of those clauses in any specific detail and work out how they might work on an operational basis. I'm also bemused by the, well, to be perfectly honest with you, really odd way in which the funding operations have been described to me today. Almost as if there is a reason not to provide that information. But when I look at, for example, the fact that we're providing $50,000 a year, and that's 18% of the total capacity building that we're meant to be giving to this group, Murihuku Southland. And their total budget based on that's about $267,000 a year. And again, I'm bemused that one of the most commercially able, literate, well-resourced iwi in this country should be coming to ratepayers to build its capacity, when, good grief, it's clearly got significant capacity itself. It's another example of clipping the ticket, as far as I'm concerned, and it's not required if you are really truly entering a partnership. For God's sake, in cases like this, everybody should look after their own expenses, you would have thought. And then I've got no idea what we're going to spend $140,000 on next year either. As part of a year 2 work plan, that seems to be kept secret from us as well. There is no way in the world that I can support this charter today. It's bad governance, and this has been a very poor process. And to thrust this upon us as a fait accompli is unacceptable.
Other speakers, we have Councillor Somerville, then Wilson.
Thank you. Look, this is the revision of an existing document, and it is open to further changes in the future. It enables this important relationship to continue, so I think let's just agree along with those other councils and other runaka.
Councillor Wilson, then no.
I'm really disappointed about how this has played out. And I've taken it on the people sitting around the table who haven't notified us that this paper was coming. And that's actually the job of the chair and the deputy chair, because we should have known that this was coming. But what is the purpose of this? This is to build a relationship. And I cannot understand the timing, because this would be a really good thing to do at the start of a new term, of a triennium, to engage with and make sure and I can, that wonderful meeting we had at Otago, and doing that down in one of the marae down on Murihuku would be absolutely fabulous as the start of a triennium and building that relationship with the new team. So it's almost us hoisting something on unnecessary, because there isn't any time delays, and an opportunity lost doing this on the 7th of August rather than in October, and actually almost made worse by doing it through election period. I'm not opposed to this document. I have to say and reflect on the very good input that Te Ao Marama have given in the processes that I have been involved in, and I've enjoyed their participation. But I think if one is going to make a ceremonial use of this, then I do reflect and wonder why we have chosen, and why everyone has chosen it on the outgoing of the Otago mayors rather than the incoming, which I think would be far more appropriate. And with that challenge, I do wonder if anyone would wish to instead lay it on the table.
Thanks, councillor Wilson. Councillor None.
Yeah, I am of a similar mind. I came to this meeting today. I didn't fully think through some of the questions that have been raised during the discussion. But the important thing for me for this particular agreement is that we need to be a willing party. We need to enter this in good faith and the will to cooperate. And we're all on different journeys around this table when it comes to our relationship with iwi. And the back of my mind is that it wouldn't do any harm if we spent some time in a workshop environment with some of the, I suppose, feedback directly from Te Marama on the questions that have been raised. And the one in particular, Councillor Kelleher raised about consents, and I've been approached about that issue as well. And I'd like to think that they were given the opportunity to be able to feedback on a situation like that, not a specific consent, but generally speaking, so we have a better understanding of why there are time delays in some situations and what could be a better result with some change of wording in the document. So I support what Councillor Wilson's saying. If this motion is lost, that I would certainly support that the document lay on the table until there was a workshop, until there was communication with Te Marama to help resolve and understand better some of the things that have been raised today.
Thanks, councillor None. Councillor McCall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think we overreading the document at the end of the day. The document is a refresh of a current document that sets out a current relationship that has been working very well since 2016. The document is the document that's in front of us is a commitment to our partnership, to our partners, our iwi partners, and our other local body partners in the Southland area to work together and to create it and to have a forum where we can actually have open and clean and clear discussions. There's also a commitment to the Articles of Te Treaty o Waitangi. And at the end of the day, as a council, we made the commitment to partner with the Manawa Whenua in our area, just as the government has made a commitment to partner with the Manawa Whenua across all of Aotearoa. So at the end of the day, the document in front of us is nothing more, it's not a great legal document. It's a document of understanding between the parties, and it's a document that allows us to get into a room to have the discussions and to have free and frank and open discussions for the benefit of everybody in our takiwa, in our area, Murihuku. And if we can't actually come around the table and come to an agreement that we want to be in that room and have discussions that affect everyday people that are walking in the street in our area with the Manawa Whenua and with our local body companions, we've got some serious issues. I understand that some people may not be completely on side with it, but everybody has their own point of view. But I think at the end of the day, the consensus point of view that we've all signed up to is to work in partnership with our communities, our local body partners, and the local or the tangata whenua, and most importantly, our mana whenua of our takiwai side definitely will be supporting it.
Any other speakers? Councillor Malcolm.
What an exceptionally important relationship that we are tinkering with. And I thought if we gave this relationship importance, we would give this document the importance that it deserves. And that would have been to let us know it was coming, to workshop it and ensure that we were of the same understanding as our partners within it, and then set our position. If you look at the last paper, and I'm assuming you've all read your papers, is the Remuneration Authority Determination. In that simple document, there is the track changes. So when I read that, I could see what the difference was and what people are trying to achieve in it. We have not had a tracked version. So I don't know, because this is a 2016 document that we have not reviewed in 10 years. Sorry, I'll get my maths right, in 8 years. So the rush now to some function has been organised. I presume we'll get an invite. We probably won't get an invite to it. So to me, this is completely the wrong time. It's another example of councils not taking heed of what's happening from government direction. To take it, and I take you to 2.79, where it says there's major reform in the resource management system underway, and then we'll review it. Well, the last time we reviewed this was 2016. There's no recognition in this document of when the review period should be. We should have that in there. It's as simple as that. It should be in there, but it's already been signed down south, so I don't know what they've been reading. We simply have not given this, and to tick this off on the premise that we're going to offend someone in a relationship, well, I think it's more offensive to not give this the due consideration that it deserves, which would have been earlier advice, a workshop, and ultimately the best would have been to put it as a workshop with the new triennium, the new council. So look, I just think, I'm sorry, the intent of it is really, really good, but get your timing right and do it properly. And this just does not give this paper and this partnership justice.
Councillor Mepham.
Look, this is it's a memorandum of understanding or a charter of understanding. It's not a legally binding document. It is not broken. It's working already. I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill here. Let's get on and vote on it.
Thank you. As chair, I just think I might say something. I think that actually there's been some quite good points made round the table by pretty much everyone here today. I think that there's been some very valid points made about the importance of the partnership and of our relationship with mana whenua and with Murihiku, particularly on this document, but broader as well through to Kaitahu up here. Everybody, well, a lot of people who have spoken want to ensure that that's strengthened into the future. There's some points made about the opportunity that could be done in a ceremonial way with the new council. And I think that is an important point. And I think also that broader discussion with the council leading up to that is also a really important point. So I do not want anyone to go away thinking that their point isn't important, because actually I think everybody in the partnership would agree with that. I think that going forward with this is a council that's coming to an end very soon. We want to go into the future together as well. So that it's an important point there. Other points around this is a non-binding document. It has essentially been in place for, well, we've had a charter for what, 30 years. This version since 2016, we've got an ongoing relationship. Today to send a signal that, we're having some sort of question about that relationship would be very unfortunate, I think. I think there's two things that are playing out here. It'd be brilliant to have this happening in the new triennium. We've also got today whereby all of our other partners to this agreement are also considering this at this time, and it wasn't a time that that we've had total control of. But we do have a moment today, and we can either choose to sign this charter or we don't. And so at this point, we're going to put that opportunity, unless I've missed anyone that did want to speak. Okay, we're going to call a division, and we are going to, shall we take them separately or together? One's noting that.
Do we have rider for plug?
Oh, sorry, you do have a rider reply, absolutely. I'm just checking what we need to do here, but yes, go for it on your rider reply.
I'd just like to say that I agree, and you took those words right out of my mouth, a mountain out of a molehill. It's very clear what's being outlined here. We don't need to see anything else. I think we're trying to drag a chain for some reason. I don't like it at all. Lloyd and Tim, completely agree with your perspectives. Thank you. Let's just get on with it.
take them separately through division with the same, can we do that? Yeah, this node, or you've moved them both, but I think we can still take them separately. Yeah, thank you.
No.
Councillor Laws,
No.
Councillor Malcolm,
No.
Councillor McCall,
Yes.
Councillor Methven,
Yes.
Councillor Noon,
No.
Councillor Robertson,
Yes.
Councillor Somerville,
Yes.
Councillor Weir,
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Okay,
There
I'm
you go.
getting 7 in favour and 4 against.
7 for, motion passes.
One moment, I'll just move to the next one. Once again, for number 2, Councillor Forbes.
Aye.
Councillor Callagher,
No.
Councillor Laws,
No. No.
Councillor Malcolm,
No.
Councillor McCall,
Yes.
Councillor Methven,
Yes.
Councillor Noon,
No.
Councillor Robertson,
Yes.
Councillor Somerville,
Yes.
Councillor Weir,
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
And I have 6 in favour, 4 against. Have I missed someone? Oh no, sorry, didn't get your vote. Was in favour? Yes, sorry, 7 in favour and 4 against. Motion is passed.
7 for, motion passes. Thank you. Thank you everyone for all of that. All right. Welcome, Brett. You've been waiting for quite a while today. We're up to 9.3 flood recovery update number 3. And we're in your hands when you're ready.
Thank you. Just very briefly before I dive into this paper, I just wanted to note, following the interest, I think, from previous meeting, we've received our global consent for engineering. So the next stages for that is we've got, 15 years in coming. We've got quite a process to go through in operationalising that consent now, which is the next steps for us when we're starting to work through that process. So flood recovery paper. So this is an update from our previous papers. Purpose of the paper is simply to update you on the 22, 23 and 24 flood events and our work on those. I'll take the paper as read, but I'll just very quickly give you some highlights. The work is progressing relatively well. We've got 15 sites left to complete. A couple of them are still quite significant and will incur quite significant cost. The costs indicated in the paper are as of May. I just wanted to point out that we did note in the paper that we're going to be some fairly significant costs occurred in June. We spent 648,000 in June alone on flood recovery work. So it was quite a bit of money in June. We do have some challenges with one of our sites down in Puarua at the moment that we're working through. That job is proving to be a little more challenging than what we hoped. We are working through solutions to that with the intention to get back on site in August and get some pipes in the ground down there probably in September. Any questions?
Excellent. There will be some questions. Councillor Wilson.
So you started with the global consent. Are we allowed to ask questions? Because it's not really in the report about the operationalisation. No, good.
So I've spoken to Tom. I'm sure Tom's spoken to Brett. We will come back with that, but the stuff that a global consent held by ORC carries a reasonable amount of risk and is quite a complex thing to operationalise. So we're well aware of the interest and we're working through it quite quick because it does benefit next year's work program. But we'll bring back that with a specific chance to talk about how it'll interact with interested parties in the community that we know may want access to it or be part of the work programs that the team put in place.
Gary,
The other question is, great to get these reports and really appreciate all the work that's happening. Can I just understand how, apart from being in reports, do we have pages on our website where we are updating constantly for the various areas and projects, and are those being maintained?
Yep. So we do have our flood recovery page on the website that has the maps out of GIS that shows all the individual sites. That is getting updated regularly as we tick off sites and complete them. They get updated on that web page is completed. We probably don't note delays directly on the website. There's probably something we can do in the comments within it. Yeah.
Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. The, I guess, operational challenges that you just alluded to that are yet to be resolved, are those challenges that will sit with council as a risk responsibility, or are they a responsibility of the contractor to solve and will be borne at their cost?
They sit with council. Is our responsibility. Yeah.
Right. So the contractors have underestimated, or have we underestimated the ability to achieve what we're trying to achieve under those works?
It's a very, very challenging site. It'd be fair to say down there. The challenges that we've encountered, they weren't fully foreseen. We've always known it was going to be a difficult task to get particularly the big culverts installed down there. And it was proving to be a difficult task to get the culverts installed down there.
The contractors would have gone into it knowing that, though. That is an incredibly challenging site. But in the contract with them, what was defined around the risk that would retain with us and the risk that would sit with them?
So the simple answer to that is that the contract with the contractor is a cost reimbursable contract. So cost risk sits with council. But that's not to say that productivity risk doesn't sit with the contractor. So they've provided us rates, particularly in terms of the rock fill and the rock riprap. That cost and productivity risk sits with the contractor. But in the case of the culverts, that risk sits with council in terms of the most efficient way of getting them in place.
Right.
It's a cost reimbursable contract with them.
Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Brett, for the report. And obviously there's pressure on to get the work completed in these areas over the next 6 months or so, 4 or 5 months or whatever. My question relates to paragraph 35, where it talks about continued dialogue with Contact Energy, and just understanding how does that formula work, or is it on a case-by-case basis? Obviously, it relates to the Clutha River mouth, but when you are looking at flood repair works, how do you calculate the percentage that you go into negotiate with Contact in those situations? Just don't want anything commercially sensitive, but just understand how that works, because it's an ongoing process. And just if you can give us a little bit more info on that.
Yep. So it depends a bit on the piece of work that we're looking at with Contact. So Contact's consent has some quite specific terms in it in terms of what their contribution will be for various types of work. So it does depend on what the item of work is, erosion, protection, things like that. So most of the reimbursements we get from Contact are based specifically on those conditions. So it's a reasonably easy calculation. Pure is a little bit different in the nature that it occurred, and there'll be some negotiation around that one.
Councillor Mepham, were you wanting to? Yep.
Yeah, Brett, just in terms of the Waipori repairs, are they covered by the Lower Torrey Flood Protection Scheme?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got $4.9 million available there. So what is the cost of the Waipori repairs?
I'm sorry, I don't have that off the top of my head. It's not a large job. So I don't know the exact figure, but it'll be in the tens rather than hundreds.
Councillor Laws.
Yeah, the obvious question to ask is, although this is taking time, if a weather event of similar magnitude that has been experienced to create these problems in the first place was experienced again, would there be any danger or particular danger to life and property as a consequence of not having completed the flood repairs?
You can take that one.
There you go, Tom. No, go on, Tom.
So it depends on the site, councillor, but by and large, all of these sites are in a stable state at the moment, and are operating at in a way that is still consistent with the flood scheme at the time that the damage occurred. Most of the sites that have any relationship with that present a life or property risk are prioritised, and the works are delivered first. So if you're looking back at our 2022 program, you'd expect that work's been done already. The only site that we carry some concern about at the moment would be the Puirua River outfall. Now, in terms of the specifics of your question, if the same event were to occur again, the event that caused this damage were to occur again, we'd be pretty confident that the site would hold up okay. We might lose some construction material and other bits and pieces, but we wouldn't expect to see a great deal of additional flooding beyond what occurred in October.
Thank you.
Councillor Somerville.
Paragraph 26 mentions the Regional Infrastructure Fund Tranche 2 projects we had in there, and that we're awaiting an answer on that. Has information come on that since writing this report?
Sadly, no.
Hope to get it soon. Right, thank you. Hope to get a result soon. Thanks. I'm ready to move this when we are ready.
Thanks, Councillor Somerville. Councillor Malcolm. Oh, look for a seconder and then we'll come back to questions. You're happy to second, Councillor Noon? Yep. Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, and this is probably to Tom, but Brett, both are happy to take an answer from both. So just going back on your contract process, which is basically the contractor does it and he's charging for time and materials, whatever that is. Are we confident that within our contract process or our procurement process that it's robust enough that we aren't incurring unnecessary cost and that we're actually applying that process correctly?
So yes is the short answer, councillor. So we're confident in the contract. The rates within the contract are very good comparative to what we might receive from a more traditional lump sum style contract. And the reason we entered into the contract style that we have with this particular one is that there was a range of uncertainties. If we had applied those uncertainties and risks to the contractor and put them on the contractor's side of the contract, we would have likely seen extensive risk pricing within the contract. But in terms of processes, no, the team have done a really good job of staying on top of costs and outgoings and surveying and just making sure that we're being charged for what we are receiving, and vice versa, the engagement and the work with the contractor in terms of their what they're bringing to the table in terms of knowledge around how to get the work done and efficient and effective means for delivery. Things have been going pretty well, so we're very happy.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Yep, Councillor McCall.
I just got a quick question. The table 2, which sets out the funding, the cost and funding. I see there's a 4,000 and 9,000 savings on the original estimates. So my question pretty much is, so the flood repair works all just runs through the relevant reserve accounts. So that just means that the reserves will be less in deficit or more in credit, depending on which way they're sitting, due to some efficiencies you gain beyond your initial estimates.
Correct. So all the flood repair program is effectively funded through the reserves, with the exception where we get some external funding from Contact Energy or government.
Yeah, so they've contributed some some funding, which is good. The other, and so is it strictly, it's obviously it's a long-term plan decision where if we get reserves that end up kiltering away into deficit, to be able to replace the funding over a period of time? Like, I'm just trying to work out what the mechanism is when we say, well, hang on a minute, this flood repair is costing a whole heap. How do we pay for it?
Yeah, so there is a broader conversation to have around reserves, and particularly as they sit within the flood schemes, where we are, and some of them are in credit, which is a good position to be in. We also, as part of the paper, you'll see we self-insure these schemes, so we need to be carrying reserves in the event of a flood to be able to manage those repairs. So you have asked previously for better visibility of those reserves, which we will be delivering from this financial year, so you can understand how the expenditure is impacting reserves, and then there can be deliberate decisions made at annual and long-term plan time to rate appropriately to not only fund the planned work, but to ensure that there is the ability for us effectively to self-insure these schemes in the event we have these sort of issues, which will continue to happen. It's a natural part of the scheme. So bit more work for Tom and Brett to do, and then to bring back some discussions around suitable levels to hold those reserves at, and therefore what that might look like in terms of rate take. Because the other thing that has changed recently was the decision on long-term plan to fund those longer-term infrastructure projects over 30 years, as opposed to whatever 10 or whatever we were doing. So there's been a few things changed that will need some work, because there is some issues with some of those schemes being in deficit, and we effectively don't hold that insurance.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. That's what I was wanting. It's just, I suppose my comment is around, if we do get the big one, it's a significant cost that we need to be funded already for it, because we don't want to be not doing the relief work because of money.
We can talk about it in debate, Lloyd. That'll be awesome. Thanks. The mover was Councillor Somerville, seconder was Councillor Noon. Councillor Somerville, would you like to speak?
Thank you. Briefly, I will. Well, look, we can see this as essential work to keep our communities and our industries safe. And you're working systematically through the work that's required. I think this report shows that the ORC is doing its job well. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak? Are you? No? Yeah, just a huge thanks. Thanks to communities who've been working with us really well as well. Obviously, flooding is extremely disruptive and recovery can take some time. So thank you for the patience that communities have shown, but also hopefully you can see transparently that we've been working really hard on this. 109 sites to be repaired over these 3 events, and we're getting right through them really quickly. So thank you very much to Brett and all of the team that's been involved in this, because I know it's been a huge effort. And thanks for the transparent reporting back to us and to communities. There's been some discussion here today around the types of quality discussions that we need to have with communities, thinking about going into deficit to fund repairs like this, and the types of decisions that we need to make about what resilience means, and when it simply costs too much or not, where people would like to put their money is. So that's something I think we've been hearing a lot about as well, and it's certainly very evident here that over the last 3 years, I think that is, 3 years, there has been a lot of work caused by 3 events, and they weren't massive events. So yeah, big issues. All right, we'll put those motions. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. I think we can probably go on to this one now. Okay, so we got some people coming on Zoom. Jonathan Rowe, 9.4 is South Dunedin Futures. Let's make sure we got Jonathan with us. Wow. Yeah, oh, welcome, Jonathan. Nice to see you online there. We've all read this paper. There's been some reporting on it. Obviously, it's part of a ongoing work program, and yeah, some of us have been involved in drop-in sessions and a whole lot of work that's been going on with community. So over to you if you would like to say something about the report.
Thank you, Chair. Just some really brief comments. I think it's really just a chance to check in with council and the community. So community engagement is a key part of the South Dunedin Future Programme. It's not the first time we've spoken to the community about these issues and the potential solutions, but so this is the latest report back on the work that was undertaken in sort of March, April, May. And a key part of engagement is playing back to people what we've heard from them so that they can see what we've heard and what we're doing with it. So that's the primary intention of this report, to let people know what we've heard, and also to signal sort of what comes next. What are we doing with this information?
Jonathan, anyone else need to say anything on the report from staff? No? Okay, so we're going to have questions now, but yeah, if you've got comments, do leave them to debate because we've got plenty of time there. If you've got any legitimate questions on process or technical, now's your chance. Councillor Malcolm.
Jonathan, really good report. Yeah, it sort of clarifies quite a few things for me, but I was just wondering, just for in my own reference, what is the population base, and are you comfortable that the 1,200 people that I think you've contacted directly by the looks of that represents a strong and fair enough sample to make these conclusions?
Sure. So the population figure we use for the programs is 13,500. So it kind of depends on where you draw the line around what is South Dunedin. So it's roughly 10% of the city's population. We're really pleased with the 1,200 number. It's obviously just a slice of the engagement. So we are talking to people every day, people that are engaging for the first time with the work, people that have engaged with it in the past are moving on. So it's just a constant process, really. I think there's always room to do better. We're always making new connections, but I think it's certainly the best and most robust sort of sample that we've had in the work to date.
So analysing that 1,200, and there is a whole heap of online stuff as well that you've had reactions to, so that's really good. But of those 1,200, have they been more in the affected areas? Because some parts of South Dunedin or some buildings in South Dunedin are built in such a way that flood hasn't been too much of an issue. So have you been getting the response from those people that have been most affected, I suppose I could say? Yeah.
The short answer is it's difficult to tell, though we've got some in the face-to-face conversations. We can ask people, where do you live? Were you affected? Did you flood? As part of the online survey, and it's shown on page 17 of the engagement report, there's actually a little graphic there where people that did the online survey were able to drop a little pin on Dunedin to let us know where they live. The majority of those are congregated in and around South Dunedin, so people directly affected potentially, but there's also people that have said they're from all around the city as well. Obviously, this is a complex issue. It affects the whole of the city. The wastewater, stormwater networks are citywide. So, and the city operates as a big system. So while we are focusing on residents of South Dunedin and people directly affected, it's also a conversation we're having much more widely.
Yeah, really good. Thank you.
Questions? No. Somebody want to move the recommendations? Councillor Weir. Second and Councillor Somerville. They noting. Yeah, they are all noting ones at the moment. Councillor Weir.
Look, I think the process so far has been really, really good. excited to take this to the next step. I went to a few of the drop-in sessions around South Dunedin, and then since then there's also been a general South Dunedin community network update that I think Jonathan also spoke at, and there's always questions there. There's always anxiety in the community around what the future holds, but I think that through the many conversations that have been happening over the last few years, the community is really ready to take the next steps, and I think comforted by the process so far, and that the future can even, look brighter than it is today. But that does require us to, take these steps and to continue working closely with both DCC and the local community there, and all of the other stakeholders that we have, and continue funding this program and making these really long-term planning decisions. And that doesn't preclude, DCC working on their own short-term, more urgent sort of infrastructure, Three Waters stuff. But what we're really focused on here is planning for that 100 years, and that'll mean steps in the next, the next few years and the next 10 years and 20 years. But having that vision is really important for the community. So very happy to continue us along this process. Kia ora.
Councillor Somerville, did you want to talk?
Yeah, thank you. Look, it was very good to be reminded of the South Dunedin Future Vision, which is in paragraph 9 there, that the vision of a safer and better South Dunedin where sustainable urban regeneration leads to improved community resilience and well-being, because that is certainly what we're looking for. And an enduring solution. So we're not coming back in 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 years to ask the same questions. It's been a long road to get here with all that scientific research and community engagement, got to this step. And I know this is not the answer yet, but we're tying things down. We're narrowing things down to where we're going to go in the future. And though there are still some big questions around who's going to pay for these solutions, it's really important that we've got this far and are continuing. So thank you to all the people, community, and those involved in South Dunedin Future who have been involved in this.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, look, it is, I'm happy that we're going through a very good process, and I think enough people are getting informed, and certainly everyone's been getting plenty of opportunities to put their opinions forward and develop what's brought to us. So well done. My concern would be ongoing is where ORC draws a line and says that's the end of our commitment as a general rate, and then we've got to look at this area as a specific case. My other would be whatever solution, and I'll go on record as saying this, is whatever solution we come to is going to be absolutely critical that the local authority that is in charge of that area at the time, that they do the work that they are supposed to be doing to ensure whatever solutions are there now and whatever solutions are put forward are maintained and kept to their specified design criteria. So that's just a critical part of this whole process. You can write all the reports you like, but if you're not going to do the work, it's got to be done to keep them right. So somewhere, if you could put a wee addendum to your whole policy, Jonathan, that somewhere down there that say this is subject to the local authority doing the good work once the job's finished. So well done. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Noon.
Yeah, it's good that the community have spoken, and there's been obviously a comprehensive connection with the community right across the board, whether it's the 13,500, not all the residents, but a percentage of those residents have probably given a good cross-section of thoughts and views about the future. I'm pleased, as the recommendations allude to, that we're going to move by the end of the year down to sort of 3 major options. I suppose my I suppose, concern is that this has taken a long time to get to this point, and I just really want to re-emphasize the importance of the existing stormwater system that is under capacity, and the focus about South Dunedin's future has been the main area of contention. And I do feel that the stormwater system has been the poor cousin during this time while this process has taken to get to this point. So considering the stormwater system is currently under capacity, it doesn't function correctly in rain events. We know that it's happened time and time and time again. And there has been reports written about the deficiencies within the stormwater system in South Dunedin, and there is also clear solutions that could be introduced. And we know that Dunedin City are committed $40+ million over the next 10 years or thereabouts to improvements in the stormwater system in South Dunedin. And all I'd probably say, whatever solution, whichever one of those solutions we end up adopting as a community, it's going to be critical that the stormwater system is also along what Councillor Malcolm has said. We need to recognise that going towards waterways and wetlands is only going to be part of the solution. An efficient, effective stormwater system that's working to capacity is critically important. And one of the reasons why it's not working to capacity is the impermeable surfaces that have been developed over the last 50, 60 years since the stormwater system was originally designed. And that's created a cumulative effect on the capacity of the stormwater system. And, you know, there's suggestions it could be 50% less capacity than what it was originally when it was designed. So it's critical to solve that problem as well in the short to medium term. And it's obviously critical to have a long-term plan.
Thanks, Councillor Noon. Councillor McCall.
You know, thank you very much for the report. It's an excellent report, and this is really, this is a report of national significance. Really, this is a report that it's a leading report for adaptation for the whole country, and so well done. Very impressed with the consultation phase and at all stages. Well, since I've been involved in the last 3 years, the community's been taken on the journey, and the best thing is they're contributing to creating the models. I think it's very important that it is you're developing the models. We're getting down to 3, and that we continue to work with our communities to actually decide what is their preferred action or way to take. We have to understand that this report is pretty much about the futuristic look of what South Dunedin may be like, given the circumstances they're in. And as Councillor Noons just said, we've got to look after how it is now. So we need to look after the current infrastructure to make sure it's suitable for what's there now as we develop a future look for South Dunedin. It's really exciting because everybody's in behind it. As Councillor Malcolm says, we just got to get that excitement off the paper and into action in the next 10, 15 years. We need to work towards a long-term goal as from end of 2026 when we decide a course, because this is not the sort of an issue that we need to leave for our grandchildren's grandchildren. This is an issue that needs to be dealt with now so that we can provide a environment for our grandchildren's grandchildren to live, work and plan and really enjoy being part of the city. So well done, and I really look forward to seeing it develop over the years. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
All good stuff. And I just want to congratulate the team on this. I just want to refer everyone around this table and to paragraphs 13 and 14. And just want to remind us that we are an Otago-wide council, and the words in paragraphs 13 and 14, which is good academic research about change. And while we can pat ourselves on the back, and the staff deservedly today on having this report here, I wish that we would think about this as a solution and this sort of resource into other areas that we have problems in. And I'm thinking there of Gary and his many-headed care and how we could have done this in a very different process and have it developing how we change the way we look at the problems up in the many-headed care in a collaborative and resourced way. So thank you for this report. May we learn from it, may we grow from it, and may we consider how we can take these learnings elsewhere and work productively throughout all over Otago.
Councillor Wilson. I'd just like to say that was well worded, Councillor McCall, that it's a project of national significance. It certainly is. It's a very densely populated and important area of Otago. Nationally, this is leading the way in a lot of respects. I think community in living with this program have been fantastic in getting involved. And we can see evidence of that there and in all the meetings that we attend and work with. I think there's a degree of impatience probably in terms of just wanting to know. No one likes uncertainty, especially when it's in regard to your own home and your own neighbourhood and your families and schools and all the services that you rely on. That's not easy. And I think this process takes a while, but it needs to take a while. I'm also mindful of what Councillor Noon said about what do we need to get on with and doing really well now, and Councillor Malcolm as well, of what can we do really well? What are we already doing well that we could do better as well? So the short-term things as well as those long-term things. So yeah, we've got community engagement results that are here. And then we need to look at further technical and economic assessments. And we do need that rigour and we do need that step. And then from there, modelling will then be undertaken on the 3 shortlisted futures to test the efficacy of each and determine so whether they work and whether so is it going to actually work and what is that optimised balance, knowing that that probably isn't going to be one winner of outcomes. There's going to be a number of things that need done. So what would that balance be around infrastructure, nature-based solutions, and it says here in the report at paragraph 48, and managed retreat required to manage risk to acceptable levels. And so, yeah, there's going to be a big discussion that goes on from this point, and it's a really, really important one. And it's one that we need to be in partnership with central government on these important steps that are coming up as well. These are thousands of people and thousands of homes and impatience around what is the future going to look like for me. So there's also a lot of acceptance, I think, that's coming through in the report that through this journey, there is going to need to be changes that happen, and that as we've laid out, some of them can be really positive and things to look forward to, so that South Dunedin has a really, really good future. And the certainty that we can have about how we develop in that area will be really helpful to seeing that more clearly. Some of them will be changed, and change is not always easy, but we are going to have some really good solid basis for decision making. And when I say we, whenever we talk about we as local government, it isn't we who sits around the table right here that will make decisions for other people. Each of us carries the weight of the community on our shoulders that we represent, and the oath we take to represent all of Otago. And that's the beauty of local government, is that we bring all that to the table and we're required to consult. So whatever does happen will be a community decision, and I hope that all residents will feel some heart that we really are taking our responsibilities seriously in this area. So thank you very much. As we've noted, we are just noting today, but it is a significant stage in the process whereby we've heard back from community in terms of what their vision will be for the area. So great. I don't think there was anyone else with their hands up, but hey, if they do need to speak, they can. Nope. Okay, well, we'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jonathan. Little break. Oh, one more. Sure can.
It's just procedure.
It is. Well, the next one is a procedural one on aquaculture settlement areas off the Otago coast. 9.5. Authors Tom, Chandy, and Anita. Okay. Anita or Fleur, by the looks of it. Probably
Yeah.
introduce as much as I need to, and that it is procedural and we've read it, but.
Okay, I was just going to give a brief overview to make sure it is clear what we're asking you to do. But if you think it is, then I'll try and do this really quickly. But basically just that the Settlement Act requires the Crown to provide iwi with the equivalent of 20% of all new marine farming space on an ongoing basis. And the mechanism that the Crown uses to ensure that there is enough space set aside for iwi is to designate these particular areas as aquaculture settlement areas. And then those areas are to be set out in coastal plans, just basically to make sure that other parties aren't allocated them for aquaculture or the activities that aren't consented that wouldn't allow for future aquaculture to happen in those places. Yeah, so that's basically the background. So the change, as you said, is a procedural one, basically just to give effect to the requirement for those areas to be set out in our coast plan. And the law requires that we make it as soon as possible without using the standard planning process in Schedule 1. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Fleur, a question or you're just moving? Okay, thank you. Second for Councillor Wilson, Councillor Noon. But are you happy to second as well? Okay, great. Councillor Somerville.
Thanks. Look, I wonder if we could just have an explanation of why this plan change is not affected by the government's recent hold on plan notifications and changes. I understand it isn't, but that explanation would be helpful.
Yeah, I can take that. This Councillor Somerville is not actually a plan change. So it's an amendment to the plan and therefore not subject to the same requirements. It's a different section of the Act that dictates how this one's managed.
Anita, Councillor Noon.
Yeah, Fleur, my question's just around 15th of October 2024 when this was gazetted. And I'm just wondering, was the original plan that the review of the coast plan would have incorporated these new maps? I'm just sort of wondering why the timing now rather than, can you help me?
Yeah, sure. No, so it was never the intent that it would be part of the coast plan review. The delay really was just that we weren't made aware of it until a couple of months ago. So yeah, we just didn't, the processes that the ministry notifies us, and they kind of didn't do that in a particularly timely way. So that's the only reason. And yeah, we've brought it to you as soon as we realistically could, once we figured out what the process was and what we needed to do.
Councillor Laws, then McCall.
Thank you. Listen, I still haven't got it, sorry. So if you could just explain it to me in the monosyllables that I clearly need. So you've got these new aquacultural settlement areas, and there they are on the map. And you've got to provide iwi with settlement assets equivalent to 20% of the value of all of these new marine farming spaces created. Can you tell me how you do that, please?
So it's not us that does that. So that's the Crown does that through they do a what do they call it? A regional agreement. So they negotiate with iwi on which areas should be provided, and it's a process that we wouldn't be involved in.
Okay, so that's the Maori fisheries lot. Yeah, yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
So the 6 ASAs that are on the map, just take me quickly through that again. How did we decide that those were the 6 that we were going to put in there?
So we didn't decide. The ministry or the minister of
that's right.
the
Parker.
minister
Yeah,
decides them.
Yeah.
And they worked, they kind of look for areas that would be considered suitable for aquaculture, and they look at all sorts of things. MPI's got a huge amount of data that they draw on for it, including avoiding what are those called? Avoiding trade routes and stuff like the shipping lines. That's the word I was looking for. Thanks. Yeah. And
shipping routes.
Yeah, and all sorts of other criteria to kind of narrow down the areas that they identify.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No other. Oh, great. Okay. We're all done on questions. We have them over in the second. So fantastic. Anyone else want to speak to this? No, we'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Yep, we're off now. Okay, I think we may be live even at the moment, everyone, so just order. Okay, great. So we're back into 9.6, which is prioritisation of improvement areas identified in Te Kotawai evaluation report. There is quite a bit of detail there, including some consideration for governance in terms of improvements that it could have. Sorry, I will hand over to you to introduce Amanda. I guess, yeah, questions would be around new council versus this council and what they would like to do, but over to you, Amanda.
Thanks, Gretchen, and I'm going to head to Jasmine, who is joining us online, who will introduce this paper.
Kia ora, good afternoon.
You said Jasmine.
Are you
We'll check
with
it's
me?
not at our end.
We can hear you now.
You can
Again,
hear me
Jasmine.
there?
Yep.
Great, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. So this report represents the next step in Council's involvement with our GNZ's Te Kotawai program. ORC participated in the program in 2024 and received an evaluation report early in 2025, which was presented to Council in February. The evaluation report included lists of strengths as well as recommendations around areas of improvement. This report addresses the resolution from that February council meeting, which asked that options for prioritised areas of improvement be presented to council in July. Staff have since then reviewed the areas of improvement and noted those that relate to operational items and those that require governance consideration and decision making. So this report includes the full list of improvements, improvement areas, and outlines a planned approach to addressing these. The approach for the items that are considered to be operational is included as attachment 1 to the report and is for council to note. The areas of improvement which have that governance focus cover items such as governance, culture and training, investments, and the CE's performance plan. Those all require councillor consideration. As such, staff have not assessed or prioritised those items, but we have, however, developed a list of potential responses and actions for councillors to consider. The potential responses have been scaled, and we've included an anticipated level of resourcing in that. The scale of responses ranges from maintaining the status quo through to exploring further integrating into existing work or addressing the item in depth. So today staff are seeking direction from council on which of the potential responses and options to progress for each of those improvement items that is listed in attachment 2 and focuses on those governance related items. And I will open to questions, I guess. We'll hand back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Just from me, I'm wondering if it's appropriate that the new council considers pretty much all of these. A training program for councillors on the RMA is the first one. The second one involves team building, so that would be a new council, and there's some training for councillors as well, which would be obviously a new council. And what's that one? The risk one, possibly not, and the CE performance plan, which we're also underway with. So I'm just, not sure of the value of us prioritising today as a question. Is it required?
So we had a council resolution to report back by July, which is why this report has come for this timing. But if you choose to push that out to the new council, that is fine.
Can I so move, Madam Chair?
Yep, we are moving that we, what would be the right wording for this? It's giving this to the new council to inform their decision making. Yeah, pass on.
That we defer this item until the new council is elected.
which we
their
can't direct what they might like to consider either.
No, for
but-
their consideration.
Yeah.
I think you'd be. Amanda, you can.
I think just request that staff bring this paper back for new council consideration post-elections. And then that's an action for us.
1 and 2 stand, and then 3 and 4 drop away, and would just request that staff prepare a paper for the council on the new training.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I know we're in questioning, but that seems like a way forward, and Councillor Laws has moved that, but you're welcome to second it. Yep. Great. Any questions though? Councillor Wilson, and then we.
I was just discussing the triennial agreement that we have to do, I think usually in one of the first 2 meetings of a council, which would be well served by having dealt with GA3 regional advocacy. And I don't think we have done, and I have had many looks at a triennial agreement, and I've yet to be excited by any of them. I think that is one area that the South of the South absolutely fails miserably on engaging well with central government on. And it's not just Otago, and it's whether that should be a shared service over this whole of the South Island. But it would worry me that we would go into the next round of a triennial agreement without having done this work. And the question is, as I need to ask a question, how quickly would any work in this space be able to be done if it were to affect a triennial agreement?
In terms of if you gave us a recommendation of where you'd like to resource looking at regional advocating for the needs of the region.
Yes, and working with our partners, because it would seem to be or do you see that not being a triennial agreement matter?
I think the triennial agreement's a really good vehicle for continuing to have that conversation, and that has to be done within the first 6 months post-election, so there will be opportunities. The plan, I think, is to workshop that agreement, as has been done in previous years with the new council, before the mayors and chairs adopt that, so I think that's always a good vehicle.
Will we have a chance to, given the wisdom of 3 years and maybe more experience, to make some suggestions on that so that a new council doesn't have to do it alone?
This council?
Yes.
Yes, so there'll be, we're hoping to bring a paper, probably will be the September council meeting, just reflecting on the Mayoral Forum's achievements over the last 3 years, which Councillor Malcolm asked for at the last meeting. So that would be an opportunity to put suggestions forward for staff to take forward into those discussions around the triennial agreement.
And is there any merit in us giving you some feedback before that you may consider to put into a report and suggestions, having worked on the Regional Transport Committee and potential to look at those as models?
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Councillor Weir.
Just on timeframes, in terms of training for incoming councillors, if we were to defer a decision on this till the next triennium, how to that triennium, would something like this be able to be set up and actually benefit those councillors coming in? Or would that be for the triennium after that?
Yeah. So certainly in terms of the post-elections, we will be putting together a program for the incoming council. And our model this triennium has been that if councillors have wanted additional training or have wanted to attend conferences or courses, we've got budget available, and we've done that on a more bespoke basis. What the Te Korowai report recommended was that we do a full training program for every councillor, which is why we've given you options, because council might not want to invest that kind of money. You might want to keep it as a bespoke, as and when needed type arrangement, or there might be particular things that the whole council would like training on. So we can flex depending on what the council wants.
And the comment I was going to make was, even if the decision is not taken today to prioritise the actions, there are a number of things out of the recommendations that we will already be picking up and putting into the work program which exists, including conversations we're having around council inductions. So this doesn't just stop and nothing happens until we bring it back to the new council. Obviously that direction around what to prioritise and where investment might be made may change things, but we will still pick up these recommendations through our standard work program.
Councillor Malcolm.
I mean, just a couple of the descriptors on why you've chosen or not chosen something, say low impact compared to effort. Now, so I'm just like sometimes you have to put a lot of effort into something, yet get low impact because of the very nature of it. So I wouldn't like to think that we're actually avoiding doing some hard work, but it's actually necessary work, and yet the result will still be small. So how do you balance that out?
I might ask Jasmine to tackle that one first.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. In this context, through our business improvement framework, with those operational, I'm assuming this you're referring to those some of the items in attachment 1, where we have looked at them through that lens of our business improvement framework, where we're trying to figure out the trade-offs between the time, the resourcing, and that effort involved from the organisation with the benefit it will have for our communities, and in order to prioritise where we put our effort. So it is a bit crude to say low effort, low impact, or something like that, but it's an attempt to prioritise items, because we know we can't tackle everything at once, so we have to have some mechanisms for how we approach and prioritise that.
That's a good point though, Councillor Malcolm, I think. Yeah.
I'll just make a quick, is it, so you could if something has a high priority, it still could get through the gateway to be done, even though it is a lot of work and low impact.
It's absolutely. The impact factors we looked at relate to things around the community, and there's I guess a range of items that we consider in terms of both the impact and the effort. I'll leave it there.
Okay, Councillor Laws, did you want to speak to it?
So can I just clarify? I have drafted a motion, so 1 and 2 will stand, and then 3, which to save popping it up on the screen, I'll just read out what I took from the conversation before, which is that requesting that staff prepare a report on the prioritisation of the Te Kura actions to be presented to Council in the new triennium.
Good with that.
That was great. So Kylie's just capturing that. Great. And everyone else heard it okay, so that you're okay to vote off that? Yep, we don't need it up on the screen. Councillor Laws, are you okay?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Did you want to speak?
No.
Great. All right. Anyone else want to? Nope. We'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, everyone. We're on to living wage. Yep. Councillor Somerville has pre-circulated a recommendation. Kylie's just telling me, so might be an updated one, but there will be one. Yep. Rightio. Would you like to introduce this paper?
Thank you. So as part of our annual plan discussions, the topic of living wage accreditation was raised. So in response to that discussion, we've prepared a report, and it provides a very high level overview of what's required for ORC to become an accredited living wage employer. It identifies some of the potential benefits of accreditation, as well as some of the risks and operational considerations that would need to be managed if we were to become a living wage accredited employer. ORC already meets most of the accreditation criteria. All directly employed staff, as well as key contracted roles, including our bus drivers and our cleaning staff, are currently paid at or above the living wage. To achieve formal accreditation, we would need to extend this commitment to include all regular and ongoing contractors and subcontractors. For preparing this report, we haven't gone through a detailed assessment of what contractors meet that criteria of ongoing and regular. Happy to take questions.
Me from first up, then
Tammy, just in regards to the process around accreditation, I assume it requires an audit of some sort to take place?
So to become accredited, so we would need to apply with the Living Wage Aotearoa movement, and following that there are audits that are undertaken once accreditation is met.
Okay, so firstly, the cost of those audits, and then I'm thinking that if it becomes a something that we've committed to in terms of an organisation, whether Nick, it's part of the audit process for the annual audit, would it fall under that category as well? Sorry if you don't know the answer, but. I'm just trying to understand the complexities that are around the accreditation that perhaps aren't there at face value. That's all.
not sure at this point. Councillor Noon.
Timmy, is there another alternative to achieve the same thing by, instead of ORC achieving accreditation, is having a requirement in every contract we sign with every contractor that they are required to pay a living wage?
So that would be the requirement for us to become an accredited employer for living wage. All of our contractors would be required to pay living wage to their staff that are working for us. It's potential we could require that through our contracts. That is an option, but yeah.
Question is, was there any thought given to that when the paper was written as a possible alternative that wouldn't mean that we'd go through the accreditation process?
No, we didn't consider that.
Thanks. Councillor Weir, then Wilson, then Laws.
Yeah, just three quick questions. So the first was just that presumably all ORC employers at least have access to PSA, so that requirement B is met. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then I was just wondering if you could detail, share a bit more details around what the potential co-funding in 10C from government for bus driver wages was.
Yes, so through the chair, when ORC originally raised the wages for bus drivers, we accessed some funding through the SURF funding at the time, and so that was the COVID-19 Response and Recovery Fund at that time. More recently, that ongoing support is provided through the NZTA funding arrangements in terms of a co-payment towards public transport.
So that was regular. And then I'm just wondering if you, I said we haven't reviewed exactly what those relevant contractors or subcontractors would be that weren't covered, but just given that, you know, cleaning personnel and stuff are all paid at or above living wage, do we have an idea of where those those gaps might be in our contractors and subcontractors, and what the scale of that might be?
So we haven't done that detailed analysis. There is potential gaps in terms of some of our catering services, potentially maintenance services for our buildings, electricians and such with trainees, potentially in the engineering contractors, and potentially we'd need to investigate in terms of the funding agreements we've got around wilding pines and pest management biosecurity contractors to see whether or not they come within scope.
Just a general comment in terms of the way we approach the suggestions or requests that come through annual plan, or I suppose, that this would be considered the paper to allow the discussion to happen. It certainly doesn't contain all of the information to enable, in staff, in my mind, in terms of staff's mind, this doesn't contain all of the information. There is a significant amount more information that we have not committed to go away and finding until we've allowed the table to have a discussion and decide whether you want us to go down that path or not. So that's the way we approach those things, because we've sort of got to draw the line somewhere for the first discussion, and then get a sense from the council table if you want us to prioritise that and do more on it.
Thanks. Councillor Wilson.
It's a gnarly one, really. The living wage is an average, I think, for the whole New Zealand, and yet if I were to think about the living costs in Dunedin versus Balclutha, in Queenstown versus Balclutha, the actual living wage would, where we've got staff in both of those places, they'd be quite different, wouldn't they? Do we have any in our staff that we hire directly? Do we do anything in those in Queenstown to increase rates because of the higher cost of living?
Not currently.
Okay. Thanks. Councillor Laws.
So Richard, let me get this right. You're proposing that what you're looking for more for today is, if we're interested in pursuing this issue, you'd bring back a secondary paper which would outline the costings, the contractual implications, and the ongoing, I guess, implications for ratepayers as well. Have I got that right?
That's the next step we could take. Ultimately, again, as with anything, it's up to the council table whether you progress, look for more information, or just vote to that we move into the process to become an accredited employer. So all of those things are open to you. I was just flagging that this report does not contain all of the information around the impacts of that decision on council, because it's a first step in response to the annual plan request that was made.
Yeah, because what I'm looking at here is I've got no costings here at all, right? And that's what you're saying is, well, that's deliberate, Michael.
That's correct.
And then the second issue is I'm not sure of what the implications would be for ratepayers either. So just to give you an example, if we were to build it into every contract, you'd expect contractors, would you, Richard, to come to us with an enhanced contract in terms of cost to cover their additional costs of payment to staff, yeah?
That's right. And that would happen could happen over time as contracts are renewed. But ultimately, we would be laying out our expectations, and they would be reflected in the offer that was put to us from the contractor. Which
would probably mean more money and yeah. And finally, can I just get some indication from you? Listen, ballpark's fine. How many people are we talking about here? No ORC employees, from what I read in this paper, but many ORC contractors or subcontractors. Are we talking about dozens, scores, or hundreds?
We genuinely don't know the answer to that, Michael. We do know definitively there's no council employees, and we know we've had the conversation around bus drivers and cleaning contractors, but we have not looked at the network of our contractors and subcontractors who would be impacted, and therefore what the overall impact might be.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Councillor Somerville.
It's not a question, but we should move recommendation and then additional recommendation. Ready for that?
Yeah.
So I guess.
Questions.
I missed your
Yeah,
hand.
sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Malcolm.
Right, just and I did ask a couple this morning, but I'll re-ask them, Tammy. So I wondered if you could give me concepts of we say all our staff are paid above the minimum living wage. So how would us entering this actually enhance the stability and reduce turnover in our workforce?
So you're correct, we pay our staff currently living wage or above. So that's already met in terms of that benefit of us paying the living wage, which is one of the requirements of becoming a living wage accredited employer, that we get that benefit. So becoming officially accredited, it wouldn't have any additional benefit.
I think I'd just add to that, Kevin. I think that we do have staff who believe strongly in living wage and living wage accreditation as something that a good employer would do. So in terms of the culture of the organisation that our employees choose to be part of, there are some employees who would see this as a good step forward. I can't quantify that for you, but when you say what are the benefits in terms of attraction and retention, that would be one of them, but not one I can quantify because it's not something we've specifically asked. But nothing in terms of financials, as Tammy said.
So other than that accreditation, if we could show that we have historically been a good above living wage or a living wage employer in our records and history, would that not give the same effect?
Look, I can't speak for those people, but and there'll be different views around the council table when we get to debate, but I do know that through conversations that there are staff who do believe strongly that you need to commit to it through accreditation to show transparently that you are as a formal step. So again, I can't quantify it, but I know that that's the case.
So under C, we have potential co-funding in central government for public transport wage increases. And because a lot of this refers to leadership within the community, like, did we not show leadership by actually instigating that right throughout New Zealand by saying our bus drivers should be employed at above living wage? So to me, any wee piece of paper, it's actually your actions that do it, and we've shown. Yeah, we've shown.
I'm going to suggest that's your view. I don't think that's something for staff to confirm or. No, but did we in terms of the question? I think I heard. Did we lead the way? Yes, that was an action that this council table chose to take. But as for the rest
of doing it,
yeah,
thank you. And just going down on one of the risks, and this is the risks that really worry me. Is one, the $1,500 that you've got to pay every year, but then the ongoing reputational risk of implementation is incomplete or inconsistent. So that goes back to Councillor Meffen's things about auditors and being audited and keeping things up to scratch, and the ongoing compliance monitoring, and not only monitoring what we're doing in our own business, but monitoring all our other contractors and the cost of doing that. And if you're looking under what we currently do under health and safety as a business operator, and all the stuff we're doing now that comes up in our audit and risk reports, where does that, what's the extent of that, and have we done any thoughts on that? And nothing yet, or what?
Yeah, we haven't at this stage in terms of to be able to quantify what that looks like. I would say it wouldn't be at the same level that we're looking at in terms of health and safety and the auditing that we do in that space. So there would be some administrative requirement to check procurement practices, and that contractors are then paying their staff the living wages committed to. So there would be some, but it wouldn't be at the extent of auditing in other areas.
And as a final one, have we reflected on the current central government's position of getting rid of paperwork and making things simpler when we've considered this prospect?
that is a consideration for you all to make.
Councillor Somerville, over to you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Well, look, currently we've got the recommendation is to note the report. I'd also like to add a recommendation that the council initiates the process for ORC's application for living wage accreditation.
So we're initiating an application under Councillor
Initiate the process for ORC's application on Councillor Wilson's good advice to word it such. Get the information. Go ahead.
Councillor, oh, sorry, need a seconder.
Got
Yep,
one.
Councillor Weir. And now we're in debate. Councillor Laws has his hand up, but you're welcome to go first.
Thank you. Yeah.
We will have to.
Yeah.
So if this passes, there's no further decision point anticipated by the council table. You're just handing that staff, start the process, get the accreditation done. I just want clarity.
That is
Yep,
the
that's right.
intent.
That's fine. Just so we understand that. Yep. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you then. Look, this paper, it tells us that ORC staff and bus drivers and cleaning contractors are already paid at or above the living wage, and that's really good. It's great. What we don't know about, and that's become clear, is about other regular contractors and subcontractors, not one-off jobs, that's not included, but other regular contractors and subcontractors. And we have a chance to make a difference for them, and also, as we've heard, to show leadership in the region. Our community strategic direction includes the goal about the social, cultural, economic and environmental well-being of Otago is consistently improving. And it describes challenges around inequality, social division, and lack of trust in public institutions. So that's in our strategic direction about social, economic well-being, and mentions those challenges around inequality. We know that many people are struggling with a mismatch between their income and the cost of living. A report from the Child Poverty Action Group released on Monday noted that for families with children on a full-time minimum wage, that's no guarantee for lifting above the poverty floor. So that's why going from the minimum wage to the living wage can be a significant difference. So that move can be a significant difference for families living in Otago, and this is something that the ORC can influence. So I urge you to take this practical step. Thank you.
Councillor Mepham.
Yes, I'm a believer in the living wage, and I'm really pleased that the Regional Council has already established this as important for the employees and for the organisation. What I do not support is this rapid growth in audits for all sorts of industry classifications. It's become rampant, and I see this is just another way for some people to make money out of audits and out of allocating certifications where we're already a responsible employer paying the living wage. The other aspect to this is the challenges that will arise trying to apply this through contractors and through all our procurement documents and processes. So I don't support the accreditation. I do support the council paying the living wage.
Thanks, Councillor Mepham. Councillor Laws.
Yes, I share Councillor Mepham's concerns, I have to say. And I do note also that when you talk about child poverty, Alan, the reality would mean that therefore there were children in that family. If they are currently working on existing wages, they currently get generous access to family support and wouldn't be paying, in fact, any tax at all. So in many cases, you'd simply be deferring or defraying some of the family support they're getting by increasing their annual rate by $1 or $2 an hour. It would have some effect, although I accept for single folk. Listen, we've got a very good track record on this. I remember being in Queenstown when we decided to take the move to pay our bus drivers the living wage. And in everything that we've done so far in terms of employees, actions speak louder than words, and they certainly speak louder than accreditation. And we have every employee currently paid on the living wage. But then when I look at the accreditation, it's a bit of a have, really. We've got to pay $1,500 a year to an external organisation outside of the region just to be accredited, according to them, when they aren't paying any actions at all. We've then got to provide them access, and this is the key part, to a union. So it's pretty obvious that those who are running this particular organisation have an intention also of unionising, not just every person who is covered by this particular sector, but you must, in actual fact, provide a pathway for them to do so as part of that accreditation process. I'm sorry, but that's absurd. That you would use the living wage as an adjunct to increasing your union membership. I'm also scared of making a move without the costing being made available to us today. There's another intermediate step, it seems to me, and that is to find out the cost of this financially and the implications to the council and to ratepayers. That's just good governance. The chief executive clearly prepared, and so did the staff, this paper with the intention of doing so, and I don't think that we should deny them that opportunity. I have no difficulty, in other words, with, and I don't think any of us do, with the principle of the living wage. I just want to establish the full costs and implications of, and I do want to make sure that we don't need to accredit to an outside organisation on some sort of union membership drive.
Thank you. Councillor Callagher, you were next.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. I don't see how any governor or director of a company could accept a motion of this extent based on the detail provided, because we have no comprehension of the financial implication of this decision. And it may be substantial, it may be not. The implications of the accreditation and where that will leave council. One of the fears I have is that, and I've got nothing against paying living wage as council has chosen to, but when it comes to the external contractors that we engage, and it's the further reach that is to their businesses and their ability to go into contracts with us, then the fear I would have is that it just further extends the vacuum that local government tends to sit in, separate to the rest of the country, and it may reduce the contractors available to function with council. So absolutely can't support the motion as it's put.
Councillor Weir, yep.
First of all, I'm very comfortable with the motion as it stands, and I'll be speaking in support of it. But should it fail, I have foreshadowed a different motion that may provide that intermediate step that I think Councillor Laws alluded to. So gaining living wage accreditation shows, I think, in a tangible, transparent, and independently verified way to current employees or future potential employees or our community at large that we do value the people who do all that good work for us that goes on, and that we're willing to show our commitment by working towards accreditation. We heard from the PSA today that the process to gain and maintain accreditation is not an onerous one and not a particularly costly one, although obviously there will be some costs and administrative burden. We largely meet all of the criteria already, as we've discussed, and that's really great. But ultimately, I think that where there are gaps, I mean, personally, I think they deserve a living wage too, and because everyone deserves a wage sufficient to live in today's economy, and everyone should have access to a union as our employees do. I do think that we are a responsible and good employer, but accreditation is where we put our money where our mouth is. So, in support of this, thank you.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, this is another part of bureaucracy that is not needed within New Zealand. It's quite simple. Our simple fix is put on the bottom of an ORC job application form. We pay above the living wage. It's as simple as that. We've already got 150 staff that are involved with the PSA, so clearly they are being without any accreditation. They're comfortable with working with the PSA. And no doubt the PSA or the PSA do what I understand to be a very good job for the people involved with them. So I would say they should just press on with that and continue to show that. I actually struggle with the concept of passing a recommendation at this council when we don't know the costs. And I don't care if it's only $10. If we don't know the costs, I can give you $10 now. I found $10 in my pocket. But if I've got to get it off a ratepayer, I want to know the costs. As simple as that. This is money. This is another burden on a ratepayer with benefits that I really can't see as being significant, yet I still don't know the cost of it. Look, if you want to give me the cost and I can weigh it up, but again, the PSA have already got 150 of our staff enrolled. They're working with them. We have shown historically that we stand up for those to make sure we're paying the right wage. Let's get on with the environmental work that we're doing, and let's not add bureaucracy to what is a simple procedure of being a good boss.
Councillor Wilson.
I would wish to support a living wage everywhere, and I think it's a nice thing to do, but I'm not going to foist an unknown amount onto ratepayers without some form of consultation or understanding what that is. I think there is another step in here, and I'm glad that Councillor Ware is going to foreshadow or has foreshadowed an alternative motion, which I'm sure I can support, and that's to investigate how much it will cost to do it in actual terms, but also in real terms. But the other part is to challenge the CE on whether there are any savings to be made that can cover those costs. It is so simple sometimes, and I'm not saying it does happen in this council, but we give bonuses and attributes to staff who are within a council or in employment generally, but it's very hard for the ones that lower down the ladder to get those. And so I'm very keen always to see the lowest come up. The question is, are there any savings at the top to pay for it? And that is the other side of that I think is a timely one, given that operationally we've got a wonderful CE leading a team that seems to be relatively secure, and it hasn't got the same staff leaving or numbers. So it's a good time to reflect on that.
Thank you, Councillor Forbes.
Thank you. I've been listening to everybody's back and forward in this debate, and I have to say I totally agree with the first part of the motion, but I am struggling at this point of the triennium to go forward with an accreditation that we don't know what the costs are with. So I would prefer the middle route of looking at that before we actually took this step.
Councillor McCall.
I think we promote a healthy working conditions and relationships, and we're walking the walk. We're basically paying the living wage for the vast majority of the people that relate to make it to get this accreditation thing. We're actually starting to impose ourselves on other businesses at all levels. It's not just at all levels, and I think I don't think that's not the way it works for me, to be fair. I think at the end of the day, if there's a specific role that we think needs to have everybody involved on the living wage, we can stipulate that in our tendering process. But right now, we got to give the other contractors the advantage of tendering for our contracts, which gives them a return and us a return for the ratepayers and for them. So I'm not going to support it, and I won't support the alternative either. I think we've maintained the status quo. Ain't broken, don't play with it.
Councillor McCall. Nobody further wanting to talk. Councillor Somerville, right, a reply.
Thank you very much. Look, I've heard some councillors have referred to difficulties that this might cause. Well, look, there's plenty of other organisations who have living wage accreditation appear to be operating without difficulty. In our region, we have the Dunedin City Council, Dunedin Airport, Opportune Consulting, Wanaka Wastebusters, for example, amongst others. There are other councils too, ECAN, Auckland Council, Christchurch City, Hutt City, Kapiti District Council, Pororoa City Council. There's a whole lot there. The Child Poverty Action Group report did take into account all sources of income and tax relief in making their analysis. This is a mechanism for improving the conditions of families on Otago beyond those who are currently Otago ORC employees or those bus or cleaning contractors. It's a practical step we can take. I have heard the concerns about unknown costs. Should this motion fail and another one come along to say, let's investigate those, have a think about what you've said, and if we get that further report on those costs, think about what you have said about supporting the living wage and supporting this movement when those costs are available, so that can go ahead at that stage if it doesn't pass now. Thank you.
Yep, that sounds fine. Anyone can call a division, yep. Noting the report and then an additional one, yep. Together. Yeah. Oh, no, separate. Okay, yeah. We'll put the noting then, all in favour, aye, against, carried. On to the other one with the division. We'll share the screen and then it's clear to the public as well what we're voting on. Thanks, Kylie.
No.
Hello? Hello?
No. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, councillor Laws, we're going to start again. The microphone wasn't on, so we just need to record that publicly as well. So we'll start right back at the start on voting. Sorry, you couldn't hear.
Great. You want to my vote now?
One moment. Sorry. Right, councillor Forbes?
No.
Councillor Callagher?
No.
Councillor Laws?
No.
Councillor Malcolm?
No.
Councillor McCall?
No.
Councillor Methven? Councillor Noon?
No.
Councillor Robertson?
No.
Councillor Somerville?
Yes.
Councillor Weir?
Yes.
And Councillor Wilson? Motion has failed. 2 in favour, 9 against.
It's Kylie. Yep, the foreshadowed motion then.
Yes, I will share my screen.
Okay, that's been sent through, I think. Yep. So we're just going to put that up on the screen now.
Happy to add a time frame as staff feel appropriate, but yeah.
So we need to seek and well, you're the mover, but we need to seek the seconder for it once people see it.
I'll let people have a read.
You will have a chance to speak to it. Oh, you're going to second that, Councillor Wilson. And Councillor Weir, do you want to speak to it? You can read it out if you like.
I'll read it out, and then my comments are just what I said earlier around living wage. But this just provides a chance for staff to come back with those costings and what implementing this would look like. So it's direct staff to report back to council with a draft implementation plan for living wage accreditation for council to discuss, including cost estimates for meeting the necessary criteria. Yeah.
Nothing further to speak to on that. Councillor Wilson, do you want to speak? Oh, yeah, I'll come to you, Councillor Laws. Do you want to speak now? Okay, Councillor Laws.
This actually makes the same mistakes as the first motion, actually, which is it's actually making an effective decision by asking for a draft implementation plan. And then it compounds that by putting accreditation into the word, which means that I don't want to accredit. My personal view is we can do it ourselves. I very much share the sentiments of Councillor McCall. So I would really, all I just want is to get the information available to us so that we can make a policy decision with the details attached. And at the moment, this takes me too far down the road to making that decision. And also adds the dreadful word accreditation when, as I said, actions speak louder than accreditation. So I'm afraid I can't support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Mefam.
In the paper, we've got next steps, and I'll read them out. ORC will continue current practice of ensuring that all directly employed staff and essential regular contractors, such as bus drivers and cleaning personnel, are paid at or above the living wage. So we've already just noted the report, and this is the next step. So I can't see the need for the motion. So thank you.
I agree.
Is a point of clarification. That next step is what we do at the moment. Yep. So it's continuing as we do at the moment. Yep. Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Thank you for putting that forward, Councillor Weir. This recommendation appears to me to ask for the information that many speakers earlier asked for. I think it will be useful for them and useful for me, so I will support this.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm happy to support this pro forma, and it was to make sure that it actually have a discussion around the table, and to just, I presume there's not a substantial amount of work to get this report done. Can I just ask that question before we do vote on it?
No, it's not a significant amount, and we would look to line it up with the annual plan.
Thank you.
So that those decisions could be incorporated into that.
No, and on that basis, I'm happy to support it to the next stage, just to understand it may be that we're already there and we just didn't know it.
I'll be supporting it too. Anyone else want to speak? Right. Oh, sorry, Councillor Callagher.
Yeah, thank you. As the, I can't see the motion. As the motion is worded, I can't support it because I think it does indicate a fait accompli towards arriving at that. We just want to tick the box of the numbers. Whereas I don't think that is due process. I think it should be presented to us for a decision with all the true implications in play. And I think it is going to be quite a challenge for staff, to be honest, to actually show the true implications of this. So it runs the risk of suggesting an outcome that may actually be quite a different outcome. Thank you.
Councillor No.
It's just a question for clarification. So if I just look at a standard report, staff report, it has considerations and it steps us through financial, strategic framework, etc. Would this report include those considerations with that proposed motion?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
No other speakers at this point. Oh, you want to write a reply? Yep, you're welcome to. Oh, sorry, Councillor Malcolm, first you.
If you're talking stuff like this, you should be looking left, and that's why I'm sitting here. I am struggling to support the motion, and I'm struggling to support the motion on the basis of New Zealand is made up of many, a large proportion of our workforce is in small companies. And I can point you and talk you through many examples where small companies are paying very good wages and looking after their people exceptionally well, yet are completely discouraged and now turning down government work in large scales because of the impact of the paperwork that's being forced upon them. And that is simply leading to the big players in the market taking those markets and setting prices. And I can give you example after example. So I'm really struggling with this concept, other than us to continue to portray that we are paying the right wages. We are encouraging the people that work with us to do the same, but do not bring in additional paperwork for people to do.
Thanks. I think we're done. So shall we have a division at this? Oh, sorry, you did want, sorry. Thank you for reminding me, everyone. I nearly cut you off, Councillor Ware. You're welcome to. I already said you could. Done.
Councillor Forbes.
Yes.
Councillor Callagher.
No.
Councillor Laws.
No.
Councillor Malcolm.
No.
Councillor McCall.
No.
Councillor Methvim. Councillor Noon.
Yes.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes.
Councillor Somerville.
Yes.
Councillor Weir.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
So I have a 6 in favour and 5 against. Motion is carried.
Motion carried. Thanks, everybody. 2.8 then. Thanks, Tammy. We're on to Remuneration Authority determination. Welcome, Amanda. This is a process that isn't new to us, so yeah, and one that we have very little say over. Apart from this time, we across New Zealand were involved in surveys that assisted Remuneration Authority in job sizing, essentially. Is there any further introduction to the paper?
No, I think just the paper's asking you to note the latest Remuneration Authority determination, and also asking you to adopt the updated 2025 allowances and expenses policy so that we can continue to implement that.
Go. Any questions? Councillor McCall.
Who is the Remuneration Authority?
Yes, I can't give you their names, but they are an independent appointed group that operate under legislation to set local elected member salaries. They set government minister salaries, parliamentary salaries. So they do all of that.
And they're not living wage accredited.
Yeah, so can I have another question?
Oh, sorry.
So who appoints the panel?
I mean, my understanding is that it'll be a legislated appointment process. So ministers, the government, yeah. But I don't know 100%.
Not us, yeah.
Just wanted to quickly double check that the changing of committee names won't have some unintended impact, given that that schedule is laid out based on co-chair of X committee.
Yes, so I've sought advice on that, and what is actually, they're currently doing another gazette at the moment, and that will have the updated committee names in it.
So known.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The Home Security System allowance available post 2025, which I may not be around, but anyway, the payment of this reimbursement allowance is a council decision, and I'm just trying to turn the clocks forward and trying to visualise a scenario. Would council staff essentially provide some sort of recommendation, because the variables in that would be quite significant, for example, a two-storied house to a single-storied house, or something that's a house that's secluded in bush and whatever else. So would we be relying on staff to come back with a recommendation that meets that particular site's requirements? Because that's the way it reads.
So I'm happy to talk to that. So the legislation or the determination sets out that home security allowance would be available based on a security threat and risk assessment authorised by the local authority. So what I've asked the team to do is work with our health and safety team to actually set up a proposed process, whether we would outsource that and have a couple of contractors available who would come and do that independent assessment, or whether our health and safety team have got the capacity to do that, and then based on that recommendation, that independent assessment, the payment would be made. Because there's also provision for if the assessment said actually you need to go beyond the 4,500 available because of particular circumstances, council can authorise that with approval from the REM authority. So we do have a procedure to work up, which we will have available from October, post those elections, for any elected members who want to pursue that.
Some substance behind the recommendation. Yep, no, that's good. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, your name.
I thought he was going to be asking if his dog counted for that, actually. I just wanted to give some context for that, is that the remuneration, if you divide the bare minimum we get in light of the previous conversation, some of us do it as a almost full-time job, is $25 per hour. With a few extra costs. So it's for those who are thinking about standing, that remuneration, when you put it in that perspective, is not particularly great, which is perhaps one of the problems with local government in New Zealand at the moment.
Yep, it isn't a question, but anyway, we have got other hands up. Thank you. We got Councillor Ware, was your hand up? No, Councillor Laws.
I don't want to probe this issue of the home security system, which seems frankly an absurdity to me, but it doesn't matter, carry on. It would almost cost, from what you've said, Amanda, more to assess whether or not someone needed one than to provide it, wouldn't it, on the basis of that, of just as you've described it? And then the second question is, after you've implemented one of these things, who does it belong to? Like, if the councillor resigns or things, do you come and dismantle it? Or do you give it to them? Or do you say, oh, you can have it for 90% off the price, or what?
Yes. In terms of your second question, it is a good question, and it has come up that the determination is pretty vague about what happens in that scenario, who owns it. So we'll have to have a think about what advice we provide there. And your first question on the cost of the assessment.
Yeah, the assessment would cost more than the CCTV, wouldn't it?
Well, no, I mean, they're providing for 4,500 for installations. I don't think an assessment would cost that. And that's what we'll have to work through from a procedure perspective. Do we outsource it? Do we try and do it ourselves? The determination is also not clear who pays. So the determination doesn't actually say that we have to pay for that. But I think, again, we'll work through that as we're developing the procedure.
Well, there's the next question. Does the $4,500 come out of the general pool? Or is it in addition to?
No, it's in addition to. But it's currently unbudgeted in our budget.
And finally, will that make it any safer for anybody who is facing any particular threat that they'll have a CCTV camera somewhere on their property? Has any assessment been done on that?
Well, I can't answer that. That's what's been put forward in the determination based on the assessments.
Well, it's just that, okay.
In terms of procedure today, the name and for it, the ORC's councillor expenses, reimbursements and allowances policy, recommendations and parameters are set by the remuneration authority, but it's actually within our own decision-making powers as to how we implement them, or if we implement them as well, isn't it? I think. Well, sorry, is that correct? Or
yes, that's my understanding that that's correct. You could choose not to put it in the policy, although we have typically aligned the expense and allowances policy with the determination.
Seems fair. Yeah. no further questions then. Does somebody want to move those motions? Councillor Wilson will. Somebody want to second? Councillor Weir. Do you want to speak to them, Councillor Wilson first?
No, it's a thought process.
Rightio. Councillor McCall.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a brief comment. I think it's rather ironic that the government's appointed panel, so basically the government's come up with the remuneration, what do we call it? Remuneration determination, that's the word I'm after, which is 9% above the current year's remuneration. So that's basically giving, it's like a 9% pay rise, you might as well say, which I think is quite ironic and under today's terms from government policy. So.
Sorry, Councillor Laws.
I'd like to endorse what Councillor, our Deputy Chairman has just said. I mean, it's absurdity, this. Here we are in a cost of living crisis. We're talking about reducing rates across the country. Rates are out of control. And so those who want to lead on this issue are absurdly provided with a sum of money that you can't say no to, but as an actual fact, up to 12%, Lloyd. I see on the hearing fees, that's the increase in hearing fees, daily hourly charge now as well. And then on the same time, we're telling everybody that, we're under the pump. We're not under the pump. And I tell you what, out there is no way in the world that our constituents, our ratepayers, are getting 9 to 12% salary or wage increases this year. Many of them will be lucky if they're staying static. I feel, and I'm sure we all do, slightly dirty about this. The only way that I can make sure of that is gifting, or by charity purposes, gifting the extra too. But then I'm still taxed at 33 cents on the dollar, and that money goes back to Wellington. There has to be a better mechanism by which to fix councillor salaries. And I also like to compare us to some of the smaller councils in our region, particularly Central Otago, Queenstown, Waitaki, Clutha, who receive a pittance in comparison to us. But I've seen the volume of their work and they would work twice as hard. So it is just a boondoggle, I have to say, councillor salaries, and it's ripe for reform, and we should lead that charge.
I feel that I should say something, given that Councillor Wilson also brought up the fact that many of our councillors are working full-time, if not more than full-time, doing a lot of work and actually receiving a fair, if not under fair, wage for doing that. It's legitimate work, representing communities. There has been analysis done of the size of the role. Agree with all the points about the validity of roles for smaller councils. It's unfair what smaller councils are paid. However, I do need to stick up for our own councillors here today as well. And there's some valid points about the increase that have been made today as well. Yeah, how that feels in today's climate probably is inconsistent, but hey, I think Councillor Wilson made a very valid point earlier on as well. Right, anyone else want to speak? We'll put it then, all in favour, aye, against, carried. We are simply up to resolution to exclude public. No, we've got one more. I lost my wee tag here, sorry. Where this is important, we have an update on Unit 3 school services. Transport team. We got Julian and Jack, and Anita is online for this paper.
Oh, God. You
Lorraine as well, and someone else. Yep.
Yeah, just briefly, this paper relates to our public transport Unit 3 contract, which currently includes 3 targeted routes that service schools. These routes are due to expire at the end of the year. They primarily serve Kings, Queens, Logan Park and Dunedin North Intermediate. Our newly approved RPTP policy supports the continuation of these services whilst we review the wider network structure. What we're looking to do is to extend the services until 30th September 2026 in the current contract, and then tender them as part of our ongoing procurement of 2 other contracts, units 1 and 2. There's no additional cost to council for this. It's already budgeted, but if we withdraw the services, there'd be a saving around $100,000 per annum. That's really it in a nutshell, and Jack's here as well to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Somerville, then.
Thank you. A quick one. Do these school services attract the usual LTNZ subsidies that other services get?
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Yep.
Probably for Richard, I was just curious why like this paper goes in public versus other bus contract stuff.
So we're not tendering, these are existing services. So
we're just extending the contract.
Yeah. So there's nothing commercial in confidence in terms of the papers we take, different to the papers we take in public excluded.
Because those were details on that. Okay. Sure.
Any other questions? Councillor Meath.
Just what happens after September the 30th, 2026?
They will be included in a new contract that we're working on developing and finalising. So this is just tiding them over until we can tender them and shift them into a new contract.
No further questions by the looks of it. Recommendations are there. Does anyone want to move those? Councillor Wilson. Seconded Councillor Somerville.
No, it's a great report and just makes sense, and I'm glad that we acknowledge that we do targeted school routes.
No, we'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Now we're on to resolution to exclude the public, which is outlined there. We have got a number of matters. 1.1's just the minutes. Then we got 3.1 Unit 1 and 2 tender, 3.2 award of Lake Wakatipu Ferry Service contract, Chief Executive Annual Performance Review, and just need to note that we need to move as well as part of this that Andrew Wilson from Spatial Ascent Limited, Rachel Pinn from RS Pinn Consultants, and Doug Craig from RDC be permitted to remain in the meeting after the public have been excluded because of their knowledge of the respective reports. The knowledge, sorry, I just need to lay out the reasons. This knowledge will be of assistance in relation to the matters to be discussed and relevant to their specific expertise. Okay, somebody want to move those? Councillor McCall, seconded Councillor Mepham. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We're now in public excluded. Yep, we'll just take a wee moment. No worries, Kylie.